The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small fire bird had huge value. Fang Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move, 5 fingers blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time-path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time-path downmarks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success! Su Bai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal goo immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fang Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move, it can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. Interesting. This has 3 time-path immortal goo. 1 can slow down time, 1 can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time-path immortal goo they were and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small firebird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first time-path immortal goo to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the firebird. The firebird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the firebird, causing the firebird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last time-path immortal goo to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 immortal goo. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 goo immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of immortal killer moves to immortal goo. Goo worms had one ability. Others could often find the details of the immortal goo after it was used just once. However, immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless goo worms. Not only did this conceal the core immortal goo, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones, each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end. They don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative immortal goo, maybe it could see through these clones. A pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Shang secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. Could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demonis was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demonis had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Subai Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demonis' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Subai Man. Even Shark Demon and Subai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Shang, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Shang made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demonis. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Subai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, "If you can succeed, we will reward you heavily, you won't regret it." Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused with a bitter smile. "Lady Subai Man overestimates us. You two have been ranked 7 Gu Immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help?" Tai Bai Yunxing similarly shook his head. "I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability." Subai Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai by Yun Shang, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Subai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demonis method could not be resolved. But Shark Demon and Subai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demonis Fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Subai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demonis and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway, thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Subai Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demonis had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Baizu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demonis was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demonis, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demonis withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demonis. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit and blazing heaven demonists decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line. Those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, blazing heaven demonist name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high and no one could bully them. It was only after blazing heaven demonists left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that blazing heaven demonists had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, blazing heaven demonists was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that blazing heaven demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, blazing heaven demoness move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path immortal goo, blazing heaven demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that blazing heaven demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill in strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, goo immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Sue by Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived. But no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly. She had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Sue by Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Sue by Man's hearts sank to rock bottom. Their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the normal course of behavior in this world of goo. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Sue by Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Yulu Blessed Land. Hee. Shark Demon, you know when to advance or retreat. Very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified. It lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xing Xiangzi? I am. Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Lu blessed land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness command him so overbearingly, Feng Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Subai Man, this couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Lu blessed land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in so much, almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled. They lost a great deal. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Subai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Feng Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Subai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish. This was the rule of the cultivation world. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand. This was the norm. It extended to all parts of nature. Even before Feng Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies. This was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Feng Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Subai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth. Maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo? There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench, in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Feng Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Feng Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Feng Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Subai Man thought to herself. This Xing Xiang Zi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone. He could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor. He had no integrity at all. Feng Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Feng Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal Goo? This is easy. I will fund you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in bad shape. Crushed rocks were everywhere. It was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent had various injuries. They were focusing their attentions on Feng Jiu right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity. They had a number of different emotions. Feng Jiu won again. His opponent is Qin Baishang, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Jiu's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Baishang is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Jiu. The 100 Days battle. Only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Baishang is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Jiu. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopa Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Baishang and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, Goo Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 Goo Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved. They were all shining experts. One could say, For the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the central continent Gu Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden shadow sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Jiugu and Qin Baisheng. Initially, they were equally matched, it was a stalemate. Qin Baisheng, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughterfield, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Jiugu got stronger as he fought, he displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even, then Feng Jiugu expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Jiuji's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Baisheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing, but winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Jiugu firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Jiugu stood proudly at the front. Seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley, he spoke calmly. His expression was pale. He had over a dozen injuries on him. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming Gu Immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Baisheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Jiugu could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Jiugu joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jiugu had a high status and reputation. Nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other Gu Immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Jiugu felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path, using all of my strength to fight. It is a pity. I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Jiugu had a family, he could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these Gu Immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects. Their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Jiugu really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Jiugu remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Jiugu had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Jiugu spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Jiuji's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough, cough, cough. After Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. Your injuries are getting more severe. Fairy Jiangyu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. Feng Jiugu is too despicable. He Langzi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said grimly, say no more. Winner takes all. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses. This Feng Jiugu truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 Days battle, only 5 were left: Hui Fengzi, He Qing, Jiangyu, He Langzi, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. Originally, they had Shui Songzi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Lang Ye blessed land, 2 Harryman Gu Immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent Gu Immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 Gu Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect had died, trying to take advantage of Qin Bai Shang. How could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qin Bai Shang, was heavily injured. Luopa Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Gu Immortals knew. The 100 Days battle had ended. They were the losers. Qin Bai Shang tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Juji's group is not united. They cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that immortal Gu matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qin Bai Shang. Everyone was shocked. Qin Bai Shang's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hui Feng Zi Heichang or He Lang Zi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or was this a trap? Hui Feng Zi Heichang and He Lang Zi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect, secretly Qin Bai Shang, Jiang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect. The others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qin Bai Shang waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. Heichang, Hui Feng Zi, and He Lang Zi felt very heavy. Their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qin Bai Shang. Late at night, in Luopa Valley, Qin Bai Shang and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qin Bai Shang handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal openly. This immortal Gu is very important. I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed Gu Immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Gu Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength around the upper tier of rank 7. Qin Bai Shang turned around, instructing Jiang Yu seriously, I can die, you can also die. But he is needed for the plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu nodded solemnly in return, I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. Heichang and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu Immortal disregard losses to themselves. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the mission. To make Gu Immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luopa Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Feng Zi, He Lang Zi, Heichang, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force. How could Fairy Ling Mei defend against them? She only had one thought, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon / if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon / was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luopa Valley. Thus, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her! Fairy Jiang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 Gu Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 Gu Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mei was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely chose to destroy an immortal goo, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mei activated a goo formation, her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff! 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 Fairy Ling Mei breathed roughly, her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this goo formation. Fairy Ling Mei felt gratitude inside. This goo formation was set up by Goo Immortal Hong Chi-Ming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Chi-Ming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in goo formations and was famous in Central Continent. Goo formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mei survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed internally. The other 4 Goo Immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moonslash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the Goo Immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their Goo formations one by one, and now the Central Continent Goo Immortals created their own Goo formations. The outer area of Luopa Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go. Die here, Chen Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Fei Yen sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, they were situated quite closely. Thus, she could arrive first. As for Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yen, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui because they had incredible speed. Jinqi of the 9 Heavens followed by Fei Yen. Damn it. He Cheng gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Jinqi and Bu Fei Yen were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent Goo Immortal world. Jinqi of the 9 Heavens referred to Myriad Dragon Doc's Chan Jinqi, while, followed by Fei Yen, was speaking about Heavenly Lotus Sect's Bu Fei Yen. Jiang Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these 2. Seeing the 3 of them get close, the 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing. They only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 5 immortals. It was the activation of a goo formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi-Ming. Although Hong Chi-Ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the goo formation. Lord Feng Zhouguo had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent. Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Zhouguo. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 immortals knew clearly even if they worked together, they were not Feng Zhouji's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the 5 immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Chi-Ming's body shook and jolted, as if he was shocked by electricity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Baixing. How could he watch as the 5 immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chen Jinqi, and Bu Fei Yen. The 4 Central Continent Goo Immortals arrived quickly but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Zhouguo, Qin Baixing was not someone the other Central Continent Goo Immortals could stop. Qin Baishang did not kill the 4 immortals from Central Continent, he allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiuji's gaze was shining. He had already understood Qin Baishang's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about. It is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song. Right? Immortal Killer Move. Green Jade Song." The 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the 5 immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The 5 immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. Immortal Killer Move. Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baishang struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Jiuji's face, pressuring him. Feng Jiuji's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Baishang had 2 major trump cards. One was the Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression, the other was the Sword Path Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Jiugu had 3 trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Jiuji's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the 5 immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Baishang used a Metal Path Killer Move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Jiuji's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Jiugu was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Baishang's Metal Path Killer Move had little effect on Feng Jiugu. The golden chains were much more effective against Chen Jinqi and others. Against Feng Jiugu, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Baishang showed a wry smile on his face. "I'll let you see the true secret within Luopa Valley now." Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Jiugu. This is. Feng Jiugu shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of Space Path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the 2 fairies, Lingmei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Qin Baishang did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Jiugu. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. "Don't struggle. This light is harmless." Feng Jiugu understood at once. He shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Lingmei were uncertain, but at the next moment they saw that Feng Jiugu stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luopa Valley by the mystical light. Qin Baishang's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Lingmei looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Jiugu. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Chen Jinqi reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect immortals, "Take them down first!" This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were held back by Chen Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Qiming, Old Lord Kenyang, and Old Man Tianlong arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. "Ah! Someone save me!" Heicheng shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him. Protect our main target. Continue to break out," Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned Heicheng, protecting the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luopa Valley, in a mysterious place. "Where is this?" Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Jiugu, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon, venerable true inheritance. In the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, Neither wind nor land. It was completely blank. That is true. Once Feng Zhouge spoke, Qin Baishang appeared in front of him. Looking at the three immortals from Central Continent, he smiled deeply. If not for thieving heaven demon venerables arrangement, how could I lure Brother Feng here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baisheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000 years monster like Feng Zhouge. Especially when Qin Baisheng's two trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Zhouge, he had to activate the arrangements that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had personally set up in the past. This really is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation path simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a close relationship with Long-Hair Ancestor. The failure to refine Space Escape Gu became Long-Hair Ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mei or Ao Shui. These two fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Zhouge quickly discouraged them. Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Zhouge and Qin Baishang here with these two experts around. How could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Zhouge's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it, I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qin Baishang laughed loudly. Brother Feng really knows a lot about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains. Feng Zhouge's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Baishang, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of Thieving Heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mei asked, "May I ask Lord Feng Zhouge, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it, who knows?" Feng Zhouge's gaze had been fixed on Qin Baishang. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions. He is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor. They have to be an otherworldly demon. I am obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one, otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you two otherworldly demons?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui replied, Qin Baishang flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. "Impossible! All the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons? They really exist? Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was actually an otherworldly demon?" Ling Mei and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Zhouge nodded. "Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the Gu world. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again, other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside? Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Juji's power, you cannot take it forcefully. They were unwilling to give up. This was a thieving heaven-true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more. They just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Baishang sneered. Wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven-true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance. There was such a thing? This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. He could not even take one of thieving heaven demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Jiuge did not refute it. He said solemnly, thieving heaven demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory, because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path Gu Immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the Gu world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications. Thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The 2 of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Jiuge and Qin Baisheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry. As long as we do not move in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Jiuge replied confidently. If it were other Gu Immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Jiuge was a higher-up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Jiuge, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mei and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Jiuge quickly said, don't move. In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap. Feng Jiuge was very aware regarding this thieving heaven-true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe Feng Jiuge. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Baisheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the Gu worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Jiuge felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Baisheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Baisheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Baisheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone. The sword chi in my fist dominates northern plains. For 100 years passed rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud, he spoke with a calm expression, his gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Zhouge. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Zhouge frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Baishang had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Baishang's body. Behind Feng Zhouge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear. They screamed, "Winds of assimilation!" As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Zhouge, Qin Baishang had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary, they assimilated everything, even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inherent in space, if Five-Finger Fist Heartsword or Heaven and Earth Song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew, even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking, it was as if water on a lake was boiled, there were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Zhouge had a solemn expression. Against Qin Baishang's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had activated their Gu worms, protecting their bodies. Even Feng Zhouge had to activate his immortal Gu, of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions. Ignoring the situation of Qin Baishang sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Zhouge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Zhang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but He Cheng was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives. Every second was important. At the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him, they only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Zhang Yu was even more heartless. She directly told them to abandon him, disregarding He Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping, freedom was right in front of them. He Cheng was lagging behind. Couldn't he be useful in stalling the Central Continent Gu immortals? However, he controlled the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After He Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent Gu immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Zhang Yu and the others. But it was only slightly regretful compared to the immortal Gu House. Their own lives were more important. You can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. His speed rose sharply. In a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Zhang Yu and the others. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Hui Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me. Hong Qiming shouted. Gu formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Gu immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chen Jinqi and Bu Feiyan moved out, using a Gu formation at the periphery to chase and block Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains. He came and went like the wind. Central Continent Gu immortals had to admit that. Just Chen Jinqi or Bu Feiyan alone could not stop Hui Fengzi. But now they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chen and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Zhang Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down. Old Lord Kenyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Qiming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. He Cheng's body was burning in flames. He screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, He Cheng was trapped while Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Qiming left He Cheng as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Langzi. He Langzi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Jiangyu and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang. They did not waste time in trash talking. The four immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The four immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created, mountains, rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal. When Dongfang Chang Fan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tian Long's strength was similar to Old Lord Kenyang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path Gu Immortal Fengjiogu. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Jiangyu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move. Life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Jiangyu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh? Strange. Old Lord Kenyang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted, his hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kenyang was stunned. You have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing glory lightning brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. Humph! Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old Man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiangyu risked her life to block him. Quickly go! Fairy Jiangyu screamed. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kenyang. He did not look back. He flew out of Luopa Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kenyang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Jiangyu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tianlong's expression was cold. He descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Jiangyu's back firmly. Boom! Fairy Jiangyu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiangyu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. Her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Jiangyu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Kenyang and Old Man Tianlong were free now. They could deal with He Langzi and Hui Fengzi. Hong Chi-ming's focus was on restricting He Cheng. A moment later, He Langzi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into two. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. He Cheng was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of Immortal Essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt. He did not have much Immortal Essence left. There was insufficient Immortal Essence to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Chi-ming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Hui Fengzi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. "Don't kill me, I surrender." At the moment before death, Hui Fengzi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent Gu Immortals understood why Hui Fengzi surrendered. "Don't play tricks. Hand over your immortal Gu." The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his immortal Gu. Without his immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim did the Central Continent Gu Immortals breathe out deeply in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Hui Fengzi's surrender gave the Central Continent Gu Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Hui Fengzi, the immortal Gu they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly, where is He Chang? So decisive. He abandoned this Immortal Gu House immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Hui Fengzi, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us. Humph. A coward who is afraid of death. A person who is barely surviving. He is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended. The battle was over and the dust had settled. Qin Baisheng, Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Hui Fengzi surrendered, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had escaped with the crucial Immortal Gu, He Qing, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Langya Blessed Land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Baisheng was sacrificed inside Luopa Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Gu cultivation world. Even at Gu Immortal level, they were not free from danger. One could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. "I am finally here." The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, who had escaped from Luopa Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent's group attacked Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng and Jiangyu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luopa Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Baisheng and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the Hairy Man Gu Immortals in vain. Now, Luopa Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not come here thinking of revenge and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself and place the crucial Immortal Gu here for safekeeping. This Immortal Gu was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Jiangyu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time. We just need a bit more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the Immortal Gu and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie. It was too easy to disguise as a member. However, Just when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that his ordeal was over, and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting to think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Shwehu? Why is he here? Who immortal blessed land underground cave? The Bloodji forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the center of the Bloodji forest, the Bloodlingji shined with a dark red light, but currently the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed. They crashed into one another like a meteor shower or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fang Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green. There was no warmth at all. It was icy cold. Fang Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed. He evaluated. It seems that the goo formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom Goo more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This goo formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this goo formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this goo formation was not in its original state. It had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the goo formation even exploded inside Fang Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fang Yuan withstood the backlash of the goo formation and suffered a minor injury. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not key. Now, the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal Goo recipe. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fang Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fang Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fang Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her zombie alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fang Yuan was well prepared. He naturally got to refining goo. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the refinement path convention this time. He could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal Goo, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of Pale Flame White Bones and a portion of Green Beetle Water Lotuses. The former was a Fire Path Immortal material, the latter was a Water Path Immortal material. At this step, the 2 immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire, to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were Fire Path Dao marks on the Pale Flame White Bone, and Water Path Dao marks on the Green Beetle Water Lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the Fire Path Dao marks and the Water Path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for long. It needed to be refined right before use. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fang Yuan had to create the liquid while refining immortal goo. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fang Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them, he could only estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path goo immortal, he was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the immortal goo recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the goo refinement materials met the immortal goo recipe's requirements after Fang Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire immortal goo refinement process had many such examples like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining immortal goo was extremely low. Many goo immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were a huge boost to the goo immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, there were countless instances of immortal goo refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather attempt to capture wild immortal goo than take a risk and refine immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason refinement path attainment levels differed between goo immortals. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially when it came to immortal goo with higher ranks, goo immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even 2 venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Long-Hair Ancestor to help them refine immortal goo and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan was modifying the immortal goo recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the immortal goo recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original immortal goo recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out. They were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, Fang Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Lu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the goo refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement. All of the funded immortal materials would become Fang Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fang Yuan would not agree to it, he would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought immortal goo as soon as possible, he could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness funding. Fang Yuan failed 3 times, the losses were all on him. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness plans. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay his debt, with the Wisdom Path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fang Yuan to work for her. After all, Wisdom Path goo immortals were very rare. Those with Fang Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier, because this would allow her to take down Yulu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now, I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining goo, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fang Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck Immortal Goo. He could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fang Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck. They were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare in the entirety of the 5 regions. Looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fang Yuan calculated. The remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yishur had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island. There is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos. The appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces. A new Gu cultivation path, Dream Path, was produced. Everything hinted towards the emergence of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere. Dragons and snakes rampaged all while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House. One of the 10 great ancient sects, she had incredible talent. It was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the central continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength. Her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle, turning disaster into fortune. Her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fang Yuan's luck connection. Unfortunately, Fairy Black Moon wore a mask and had a mysterious status. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like a rising sun. She was dazzling and bright. There was no biography on her. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple in Spirit Affinity House, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu immortal. In short, I have too little information. There is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters. But they only had strong luck for a period of time. It was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations. Some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, my luck can become very strong in the short run. I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal Goo successfully. But I do not have Break Luck. When they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he had Break Luck Immortal Goo, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain Break Luck in the future, Fang Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fang Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine Gu again. But Fang Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine Gu. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old ancestor Shuehu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shuehu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old ancestor Shuehu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge, it spanned across 5 regions, their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer. Their authority would be undermined and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the goo immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old ancestor Shui who was found in the immortal zombie graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies. They burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of Dao marks in their bodies, they were excellent goo refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, thus they held their own bodies in high regard, this was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary goo immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled. But their sanctuary was ravaged by old ancestor Shui who, could they ignore this? Old ancestor Shui who went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. It seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal goo fortune rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fang Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Ma Hongyun was alive and well, old ancestor Shui who did not obtain him. Of course he could not refine immortal goo fortune rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows, old ancestor Shui who was implicated by me. Old ancestor Shui whose plight was a good thing to Fang Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old ancestor Shui whose match after it happened? They could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored. The 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage. They sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies out to punish old ancestor Shui who and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was necessary for her to go. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Yulu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fate worked in mysterious ways. It really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Subai Man had no more hope, but because of old ancestor Shui who, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Yulu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Subai Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subai Man had been having a hard time. Everyone avoided them like the plague. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, there was only one final round in Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon and Subai Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many goo immortals came over to befriend them to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Subai Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fang Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yun Shang. Fang Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Yulu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards. It was far less important than refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. And refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was only the icing on the cake. It was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fang Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to disguise as immortal zombie Sha Huang in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Jiugu and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Feng Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He invaded Yulu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Feng Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Feng Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Feng Yuan more attempts at refining Star-Thought immortal goo over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Feng Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old ancestor Shuehu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Feng Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xingxiangzi might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. All in all, the chance that Feng Yuan had been trying to create and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old ancestor Shuehu getting discovered. Towards old ancestor Shuehu, Feng Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Several days later, Northern Plains, in the deepest parts of Luopa Valley, the atmosphere was tense. The 5 Gu immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent Gu immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luopa Valley, Bufei Yen sighed. These last days, they had taken control of Luopa Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Jiugu, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui. In the end, they confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years. Hong Chi Ming said. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 here. Now that ancient Soul Sect's old oracle had died, Hong Chi Ming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent Immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luopa Valley these last days. After all, 2 Gu Immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving heaven demon venerable after all. Lord Feng Jiugu is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Baisheng had planned meticulously to trap Feng Jiugu in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent Gu Immortals spoke. Their words contained deep meaning. Their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under Heavenly Court, but they did not coexist in harmony. They had incessant conflicts. If Feng Jiugu, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Ling Mei, they had immortal Gu. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moonslash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Manor, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyong Building. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle has died and Feng Jiugu is trapped. We can only stop here now. That's right. After this battle, we have all suffered huge losses. We need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened And the fruits of our investigation over to our sex, that is the most important thing. That makes sense. Don't forget, we have captured Hui Fengzi and the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable. We need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 immortals silently smiled internally. Why would they save Feng Jiugu? Save him so that he could suppress them? Save him so that he could get a share of the loot? But they were in the righteous path. They needed to act on the surface, and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent immortals agreed on one thing: to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. After passing the regional wall, the group from Eastern Sea finally reached Northern Plains. I am finally back. Feng Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. As he stepped on the grassland, his wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, blazing heaven Demoness' gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. But blazing heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas. Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, blazing heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland. The yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But blazing heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Feng Yuan and blazing heaven Demoness, the other Gu immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They felt curiosity yet unfamiliarity towards Northern Plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them. They felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras. They were both rank 8. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were barely any living Gu immortals. Including Feng Yuan and blazing heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group. They had strength in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, it sent out such a huge group to Northern Plains just to take revenge. However, all of the Gu immortals were injured now. The rank 6 Gu immortals were lightly injured. The rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were weak and had damaged bodies. Some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 Gu immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 Gu immortal. The Eastern Sea immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. They had to pass 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 Gu immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Feng Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level at the bottom of rank 6. At the same time, he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea regional wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains regional wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, blazing heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Feng Yuan and blazing heaven Demoness received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 immortal zombie, and half of the rank 7s. Feng Yuan observed silently. At the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a Gu formation, causing an earth tide. Once in a while, an earth tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an earth tide. An earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an earth tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the earth tides, many Gu immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fang Yuan and the others set off, the earth tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters there was a method to create an artificial earth tide, weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fang Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength, thus she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate. She smiled. According to a reliable source, old ancestor Shui, who has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there. We should rest and recuperate and recover our battle strength. That is the best course of action. The immortal zombies nodded in agreement. There were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls. Their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point. They needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even go back to Dark Flow Giant City. She chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent Gu immortals when they came. There was no other choice. The cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big. It was the residence of old ancestor Shuehu. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant Gu formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the Gu formation, there was an old man. It was old ancestor Shuehu. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the Gu formation, it was a female immortal. This female immortal looked like she was in her late 20s. She had a beautiful appearance and elegant disposition. It was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old ancestor Shuehu's wife. She looked much younger than old ancestor Shuehu, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wanshou once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of Gu immortal Wangjiu. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan Gu, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were extremely hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other Gu immortals. During Lady Wanshou's early days, many Gu immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Gu immortals. She had extended more than 1,000 years worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically. She built a strong network and was very popular. Many Gu immortals needed her services. They naturally did not dare to offend her. They promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was known in Northern Plains Gu immortal world as one of the 4 refinement path experts. Quasi-great grandmaster, she was only a step away from great grandmaster level. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wanshou at all. As for old ancestor Shuehu, he was an ice and snow path expert. He was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shuehu wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wanshou to do it. But now, Lady Wanshou was using this refinement path Gu formation not to refine Gu, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shuehu from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance immortal zombie graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple gold light. It was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later, the Gu formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly. It went back to its previous state. Old ancestor Shuehu looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze. He was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly. She shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple gold rock is? Old ancestor Shuehu was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my goo formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wan-shou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge. You need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, he said heavily, this time, I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly. I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard. But suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a goo formation in the graveyard. I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle. Thus Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh, old Ancestor Shui, who sighed deeply. Now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling heaven immortal. Lady Wan-shou said in a heavy tone, fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is rank 8, it is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core immortal goo of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining goo recently, I have been failing a lot too. It is likely the effect of fortune rivaling heaven goo. But dear, just now you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies. The rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, all of this would be worth it. Ever since old Ancestor Shui, who bought Ma Hongyun, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This matter was not advantageous to Ma Hongyun. Thus, old Ancestor Shui, who and Lady Wan-shou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Not only them, many goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had received old Ancestor Shui, whose orders to collect immortal materials. But they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, old Ancestor Shui, who had already experienced a backlash from Luck Path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. It attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. But fighting both of them alone, old Ancestor Shui, who forced them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible by any means. Old Ancestor Shui, who used his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. Just now, it was a near-guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies, but due to the Luck Path backlash, he became careless and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling heaven goo, the more we can see the power of this immortal goo, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry. I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision. If anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here. I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed. He displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. The huge Dark Flow Giant City was situation in a desolate land. Darkness loomed over it. The giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since old Ancestor Shui, who had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense. No matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang welcome leader and both lords. Greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects. They could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. Get up. You were facing old Ancestor Shui, who, it was not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Lu Gong and the others sighed in relief. Their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old Ancestor Shui, who was too arrogant, he has to pay the price. We of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. Leader, when are we counterattacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she said leisurely. This matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there. That's right, looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old ancestor Shuehu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wandao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies. Compared to living goo immortals, they had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord by Zhu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character, the publicly recognized #1 demonic path goo immortal in Northern Plains goo immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost. Some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fang Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard. It was far deeper in Earth Trench. How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan was becoming more excited about it. But currently it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group. He could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old ancestor Shuehu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange. It was the person who could fight old ancestor Shuehu to this extent. Who is this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a goo formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well, but why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. She asked Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang smiled bitterly. They admitted blame in unison. We have failed our duties. We were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. Her expression turned cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old ancestor Shuehu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the rank 8 goo immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Pu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance, for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order. We have to work together to rescue this blazing, glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. It was like this? The immortal zombies showed looks of shock. Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea. I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was on. that he had to come to the highly important Immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, "This is not something you are qualified to know." "All right." Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up. She tried to ease the situation. "Our enemy now is old ancestor Shuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well." Inlu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fang Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old ancestor Shuehu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. Hee. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was probably trying to ask about this. "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions?" Ha ha ha. Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. She only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person. She did not show any displeasure. Instead she said, "Next, let us talk about how we will teach old ancestor Shuehu a lesson and also save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King immediately said, "The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body has an abundance of fire path and lightning path Dao marks. He is extremely suited to be used to refine goo. We should not waste time. We should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of a boor." Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. "That is right, the other party captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. He has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old ancestor Shuehu, he will use the hostage to threaten us. We will be restricted and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. "Outside Darkflow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators. Some must come from snowy mountain blessed land. With just this, we can see how alert old ancestor Shuehu is. Snowy mountain blessed land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in. It is like surrendering ourselves to them." "Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you want to, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength, you will succeed." "You!" Corpse Detonation King was lost for words. He showed an ashamed and angry expression. "Then, in your opinion, what shall we do?" Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Even though old ancestor Shuehu is strong and snowy mountain blessed land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, "Oh? What weakness?" Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said, "Fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo." Fang Yuan had no interest in dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go with them. She gave him one mission only, that was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even gave Fang Yuan a token. It provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine immortal goo, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed and in his favor. Fang Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land? That is not possible. Not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old ancestor Shuehu now that Shark Demon and Subai Man have started invading it again. They are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, together with my Wisdom Path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old ancestor Shuehu. Boom! There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fong Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu did not even progress to 1/3. Fong Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared. The starlight disappeared without a trace and the large secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fong Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here. Thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist Luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of Connect Luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it, I have already showed enough efforts on the surface. Now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fong Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible. But in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through. This naturally could not be allowed. Although Fong Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fong Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the Immortal Gu and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods and both sides were restricted by Immortal Killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fong Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? And Fong Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal-level restrictions of information path. But he did not have relevant Immortal Gu, so at present, he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, his even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fong Yuan tried refining Star Thought Immortal Gu to make Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the experts to deal with old ancestor Shuehu using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness. What was old ancestor Shuehu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains Gu immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old ancestor Shuehu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but he severely lacked immortal materials. Even though he already had Ma Hongyun, the main material, this concerned rank 8 Immortal Gu. He needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old ancestor Shuehu. They were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old ancestor Shuehu let go of his status and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench, like a 2-bit thief. This showed old ancestor Shuehu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans, and various other strategies. These demonic path Gu immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of Luck Path, The immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fong Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fong Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. In Xian immediately bowed. "Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement." Fong Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. "Don't bother me." Saying this, he walked away. "Humph. Who does he thinks he is, to be so arrogant in our base?" The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fong Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. In Xian did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Darkflow Giant City and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fong Yuan as well as Dr. In Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them. Knowing Fong Yuan was here to get immortal materials, he handed an information path goo worm to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan held the goo worm and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King and Pu Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity. I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke. "Sir Xing Xiangzi, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries." Who knew that right as he finished speaking, Fong Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. "What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good." Fong Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder and also very agitated. One look at this appearance and the managing immortal zombie knew Fong Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking, "Serves me right. Why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me?" At once, he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fong Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path goo worm and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling. "Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times. Why is it like this?" Why? Dr. In Xian and Landlord Lei Yu looked at each other and both sensibly stayed away from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar and occasionally, he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. In Xian tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. "Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo, why am I not succeeding?" Fong Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets but decided to go all in to win back the losses. "Screw it, I will stake it all. This time, it will definitely succeed, definitely." "Right, it will succeed." The 3 immortal zombies watched on indifferently, and as they looked on at Fong Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many goo immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fong Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. In Xian and Landlord Lei Yu. "I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench." Fong Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench? Dr. In Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around and perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demoness had ordered them to monitor Fong Yuan. Naturally, it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fang Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. In Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, "We will gather any immortal materials you require. Sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh?" Fang Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. "Both of us have received Leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. Sir, if you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to Leader? Please don't make it difficult for us." Dr. In Xian gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fang Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared, "What does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining goo. I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus." Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus? "Sir, please hold on, I will check," Dr. In Xian immediately said. He also had information path goo worms on him which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. In Xian showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earth Shell Snail Mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, in warehouse number 6, there are 2 to 3 in stock. Will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fang Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. In Xian's nose. Have you become deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Star. Night. Mucus. Not ordinary mucus. Do you understand? He then hurriedly continued. Earth Shell Snail Mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star Night Mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and Star Night Mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. For a moment, Dr. In Xian and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fang Yuan's scolding. Earth Shell Snails lived in the depths of Earth Trench, or rather, they could only live there. According to what Fang Yuan said, to collect the Star Night Mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an Earth Shell Snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the Star Night Mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earth Shell Snails had mild temperaments. It was not hard to get near them. One could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain Earth Shell Snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench. The more fierce beasts, mysterious plants, and wild goo worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the Earth Shell Snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the Earth Shell Snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts. Even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live, do you understand? Fang Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. In Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness' name. These 2 immortal zombies had no choice. The 2 discussed for a while before Dr. In Xian said with a gloomy face to Fang Yuan, "This is very important. I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide this ourselves." In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fang Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them, "Then go." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. The truth was, Star Night Mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal Goo recipe. Star Night Mucus was a personal innovation by Fang Yuan. It had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal Goo, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal Goo. It was an easy-to-gather rank 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for earth shell snails, I can make use of it to produce star night mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in treasure yellow heaven. I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts Goo. Fang Yuan evaluated. But in the long run, the star night mucus method of production would be deciphered by others. They would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts Goo. In the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path Goo immortals, it could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed and accompanied Fang Yuan. The unlucky fellow, landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain Goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an information path Goo formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fang Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, Refining Star thought Immortal Goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fang Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to assault them and prevent them from obtaining Goo refinement immortal materials, so that old ancestor Shuehu would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fang Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were rank 7 and 3 were rank 6. This was slightly beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He could see Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was, not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact, the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some Earth Trenches stretched on for millions of li, some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, some were immeasurably deep in the Goo Master world. It was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, the 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least 1 person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts. In the past, when Dark Flow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 Goo immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Nzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By nighttime, Fang Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fang Yuan and the others went inside as their view of the trench gradually enlarged dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 Dark Flow giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance did not have the strength, Even though they exerted all their efforts, they only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless, they were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of one or two paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider, and it showed just how small Fang Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fang Yuan looked around without making a sound. He observed the immortal zombies secretly using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yicha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. In Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie called Lin Danyao. In the last 5 days, Fang Yuan had obtained some of their information. He was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Yicha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Darkflow Giant City and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Yicha was able to raise large amounts of Yiksha octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. In Xian, as his title suggested, was a healing goo immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yunshang, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking. His attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Lin Danyao, he was skilled in controlling birds. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. In Xian could help Fang Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Danyao could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the 2 cliffs on the sides. Birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Danyao's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences. Ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Danyao was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly. It would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fang Yuan did not do anything suspicious. He was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Danyao suddenly said, "There is a Yiksha octopus in front and towards the left. It is injured." Dragon Commander Yicha's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will detour around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful. A rank 6 Yiksha octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find earth shell snails and gather immortal materials. That was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles. They should save their immortal essence for now. Earth shell snails lived deep in Earth Trench. They moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations. They were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But earth shell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the earth shell snail's gentle nature. It let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fang Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the earth shell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Without speaking, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already traveled more than 130 kilometers down into Earth Trench. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. "We can't go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yicha said. "At this depth, we are already at the range of the earth shell snail's habitat. Let's look around." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit, but the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fang Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No immortal zombie objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an earthshell snail. Great! Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, check the surroundings first, make sure there are no dangers lurking around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was very patient. The Immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Yiksha octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight. It will definitely alert these Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Everyone's expressions sank. Why didn't you say that earlier? Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance, Dr. Yin Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method. But in short, we should get rid of these Yaksha octopuses first. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm and his reason was valid. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Yi Cha relented. Then we will fight this group of Yaksha octopuses before Xing Xiangzi starts. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king having rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Yao will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Yin Xian, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly arranged matters. Fang Yuan did not have to do anything. The Yiksha octopuses were truly unfortunate. The immortal zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Yiksha octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed. Only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha said to Fang Yuan, Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and attack. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He slowly went into battle. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Yiksha octopus that was in better condition before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Swish, swish, swish. Starlight shone brightly. Fang Yuan attacked nonstop. He quickly killed this Yiksha octopus, which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Yaksha octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles in place of legs. This final Yiksha octopus was in a good condition. It fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fang Yuan as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Yaksha octopus tentacles. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Lin Yao manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Yaksha octopus, which was trying to escape, from leaving, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Yaksha octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. All right, you can stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Yaksha octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only showed his star path battle strength, but even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Lei Yu, who was unhappy towards Fang Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fang Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the Gu Immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Lei Yu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fang Yuan started collecting Star Knight mucus. He requested the immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped moving, its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals could do nothing to it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the earth shell snail was large like a whale and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of earth shell snails, even if it was still in earth trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In earth trench, there were more than yaksha octopuses. There were bat desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milkgrass. On their later journey, they met with 3 earth shell snails, among which Fang Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Knight mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast red flame snake. This monster had dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the walls of earth trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fang Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to his destination. We've discovered a large number of yaksha octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward. There are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lin Danyao suddenly reported anxiously. Then we will leave this place and go in another direction. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts, that was the battle strength of 30 rank 6 Gu immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast yaksha octopuses commanding it. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon they found a 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of earth trench, at an extremely slow pace. We're finally lucky. After investigating, Lin Danyao laughed. This area has little danger. Sir Xing Xiangzi can go ahead and collect the mucus. Fang Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of earth path Dao marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this earth shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed. Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful. This gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fang Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. Fang Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in star fire as he flew. Don't fly! Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared. But it was too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth shell snails at once. Fang Yuan screamed, "Someone save me." Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. Be careful. The mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there. We will definitely rescue you. The immortal zombies were panicking, they moved at once. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain themselves to blazing heaven demoness? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical, ancient, desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fang Yuan went inside, he used a star path killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier in 3 breaths of time. Fixed immortal travel teleported him away and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others still thought that Fang Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fang Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from fixed immortal travel had attracted the huge group of Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled, turning into a Yiksha octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Yiksha octopuses towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others were unable to discern Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xingxiangzi was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Yaksha octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan managed to escape. When he returned to the place where the Yaksha octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yaksha octopus, and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seemed to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stuck in the chaotic battle. Seeing the octopus reinforcements, he cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xingxiangzi first. Hold on! Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence. He used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demoness had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders. They could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits. They could only attack from afar. The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. But with the Yaksha octopus group, it became a 3-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. Xingxiangzi, you must survive. Landlord Lei Yu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fang Yuan, the moment he thought that Fang Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fang Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Yaksha octopuses. Groups of Yaksha octopuses lived in the 2 sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Yaksha octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fang Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Yaksha octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate beast level Yaksha octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus kings. Fang Yuan entered the hole and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fang Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Yaksha octopus habits. Yaksha octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of earth trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, The black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fang Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil, there were lots of weeds and needlewood. They were rooted into the walls, and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru. When Fang Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside, there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild goo worms in them. Fang Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 were earth path goo worms, 1 was dark path, and 1 was water path. Of course, these were mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha is able to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. Is his immortal aperture mimicking this environment? Fang Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fang Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Yi Cha by researching this environment. But now was not the time. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later, howl. This was the final growl before the fierce beast died. But this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fang Yuan. He used his goo worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Yaksha octopus cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Yaksha octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Yaksha octopuses. The Yaksha octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fang Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yiksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Yiksha octopuses. Fang Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into 2, the upper half and the lower half, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Yaksha octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He found some Yaksha octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fang Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use mortal goo to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Yaksha octopuses out. But there was still an ancient Yaksha octopus king and numerous desolate beast Yaksha octopuses. If the Yaksha octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fang Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance after all. Within the investigative range of goo immortals, it was not just some light effects. The aura of immortal goo was like a fire burning in the night sky. And at this time, Fang Yuan had to refine goo in Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fang Yuan was the person who toppled 88 Truyang building. Fang Yuan did not know that the central continent goo immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan evaluated. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fang Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus king resting. Its snores were loud as thunder. Evidently, it was sleeping. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild immortal goo in this Yaksha octopus king. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaksha octopus king was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the goo worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild immortal goo. The joy in his heart vanished as Fang Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Yaksha octopus king earlier. If this Yaksha octopus king appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild immortal goo. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this immortal goo, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Yaksha octopus king. If this Yaksha octopus king's wild immortal goo could expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fang Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. At this time, the Yaksha octopus king's tentacles, which were wrapped up, loosened. It opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fang Yuan, who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He got past the Yaksha octopus king and went behind it as if it was normal. Behind the Yaksha octopus king, there was a pile of white bones. There were some rotting meat left in them. The octopus king shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind was energized. It is here. There are Dao marks exposed here. These are traces of a goo formation. Countless goo worms in his immortal aperture were activated. Immortal essence was expended rapidly as this goo formation was unraveled. Soon, Fang Yuan found that this space path giant goo formation only showed a trace of a flaw because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I have to activate goo worms. The disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a piece of bone and left the Yaksha octopus king. He quickly returned, and when he reached a certain place, he used his immortal goo and directly attacked a close by desolate beast Yaksha octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yaksha octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. When he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yaksha octopus king was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path goo formation. After the Yaksha octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fang Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge goo formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months to do so. Such an enormous goo formation required at least several months to be unraveled. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fang Yuan's hands moved very fast. Countless goo worms fluttered all around, unraveling the goo formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yaksha octopus king was already on its way. Time waits for no man. Strive for every second. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous goo formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yaksha octopus king had already returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the goo formation was already the limits of Fang Yuan's ability. If Fang Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan relaxed and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha Octopus King was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yaksha Octopus King returned to its place and gazed around first of all. Felt there was something off. When Fang Yuan analyzed the goo formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yaksha Octopus King feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yaksha Octopus King only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed, but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fang Yuan's worries finally dissipated. He cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yaksha Octopus King seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who is to say it might not call back the other Yaksha octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fang Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous goo formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fang Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fang Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 True Yang building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect who Immortal Blessed Land, and Starform Blessed Land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than who Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Moreover, living goo immortal apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The immortal goo was activated. Green light blossomed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant goo formation. Just outside the goo formation was the Yaksha Octopus King. But because of the isolation effect of the goo formation, it was unaware of anything. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a goo formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. However, Fang Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the goo formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned goo formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the goo formation had the will left behind by the goo immortal. It could be like 88 True Yang building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was in giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fang Yuan's site like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fang Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions, and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the Gu immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 Gu immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fang Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining immortal Gu dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 immortal essence stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As Gu Immortal's cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous Gu formation has even higher value. Fang Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous Gu formation. In this Gu formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this Gu formation. Otherwise, it would be too late for regret. With this Gu formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a Gu formation which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this Gu formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fang Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fang Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials, and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed. The joyous look on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound. It is more quiet than even my dead aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snaketail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound, but the moment Fang Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fang Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem: they were unusable. Strange. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of Tao marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their Tao marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state. As for an immortal zombie body which contained Tao marks, could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this goo formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole goo formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Swoosh! Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent's starry sky grotto heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered. Half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken, its four limbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression, or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless, dead immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon he saw a second desolate beast. This was an earth chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail. Its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from Central Continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in northern plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood sacred elephants, and 3 of them. Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast earth chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Qin Baixing that involved the whole of northern plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare. They were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon howling heavenly wolf, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Ice Spike Divine Ape, White Hoof Ink Horse, 9 Palace Crane, Iron Crown Eagle, Dragonfish, Sharp Tusk Boar. Those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains Coiling Mountain Goat King, Southern Borders Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Central Continent's Diamond Bear, Eastern Seas Grand Smoke Sea Turtle. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruin bat that Fang Yuan had seen back in Taichou. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be Remnant Heavenly Dog? Fang Yuan checked it over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a Remnant Heavenly Dog personally. He had only read about its descriptions in records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast, I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the goo formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to deduce this huge goo formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space path goo formation. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the goo formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this goo formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials. This is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Fang Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 goo immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly. Because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 goo immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 goo immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then this must be the work of a superorganization. This organization spans across all 5 regions. That is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was Treasure Yellow Heaven and goo immortals could use it to trade, at this scale, Treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fang Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the goo formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fang Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every super force had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp Central Continent and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions while being hidden and mysterious. Eh? That place is... Fang Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the Gu formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally. But now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds. There were no feathers, they were half-transparent. They should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan gulp. An immemorial, desolate beast aura. Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark golden glow. This light is that of Tao marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in Tao marks. Only with a Tao mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible Tao marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of Tao marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honeybee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honeybees were a living being recorded in the Legends of Run Zhu. Each of these honeybees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant Great Sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are just the right size. Fang Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings. But something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged. They did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. Could even give out Tao mark light. Thus, more accurately speaking, this was quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Fang Yuan held in his excitement. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality. Even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material, it had so many Tao marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine immortal Gu was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of Tao marks. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms were the vessels of the great Tao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny Gu worm contained Tao marks. Tao marks were the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating Gu worms would result in many magical effects. The more Tao marks in a Gu worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an immortal Gu was to gather the Tao marks in countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fang Yuan's immortal material had many Tao marks. In theory, it could be used to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. The Tao marks in a rank 8 immortal Gu were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this bee wing that resembles a tiger-striped honey bee mainly contains metal path Tao marks. If I am trying to refine a metal path immortal Gu, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine Star Thought immortal Gu. Fang Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material, It would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I finally had some gains after entering this goo formation. Fang Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center, he was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake. This was another rank 8 immortal material, but the quality was slightly lower than the B-wing earlier. There was no light from Dao marks. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. The immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fang Yuan squeezed it. This immortal material was very soft, it could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path down marks. Is this? Fang Yuan's felt excitement. He activated his goo worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fang Yuan's hands. It rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly as the cloud danced in the air. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions. It was a mystical creature that only existed in White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline. Instead, it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in White Heaven. After having a phoenix's aura or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was neither made of flesh and blood nor clouds. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the cloud phoenix's true body. But the cloud path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal goo at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the cloud phoenix affirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the purple desert. He had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of goo paths, among which 3 materials had a lot of star path or wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal goo. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could forget about blazing heaven demoness and refine the goo himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of star thought immortal goo would have to change as well. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the light of wisdom to easily do it. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpse's bodies. The goo immortal who created this place, they actually used so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the goo immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal goo. But it was a pity the goo refinement failed and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path goo formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were destroyed, only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this goo formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shuihu knew that Fang Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fang Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui, who was already going bankrupt trying to find the supplementary immortal materials even though he had Ma Hongyun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful Goo Immortal or Goo Immortal organization was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sigh. In the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried? How many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing? The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually. Legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fang Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fang Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the Goo formation as well. If it was not here, then Fang Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land, there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around, there were nothing. But under Fang Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the Goo formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person! This is actually a multi-layered Goo formation having such an incredible design. This must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path Goo formation, but what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Goo formation. Other than the space path Goo formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive Goo formations, some food path Goo formations, and some phantom path Goo formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread. It was even rarer today. Fang Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding Goo worms. The food path supplementary Goo formation here should be used to feed these Goo worms. After all, a Goo formation needs countless Goo worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path Goo formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the great explosion, the Goo formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path Goo formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fang Yuan. This is a phantom path Goo formation. As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Goo formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Goo left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path Goo formation to maintain their lives. Fang Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichio, Dongfang Changfan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have recognized this Goo formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Goo formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the Goo formation. Maybe this is the reason why the Goo formation survived the great explosion. Refinement path Goo immortals with such attainment levels have their own refinement path Goo formations and also many supplementary Goo formations on top of the refinement path Goo formation. Using these Goo formations, the refinement path Goo worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Goo formation. It is known as the best formation for refinement path in Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Goo formation is also a multi-layered Goo formation, using a total of 12 different Goo formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some refinement path Goo formations as well. But these Goo formations were very superficial. After all, they had to do with his formation path attainment. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy and even more limited time. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. The goo formation in snowy mountain blessed land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. He was a rank 8 great expert, but he could not set up such a goo formation. To set up this goo formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally went to ask the number 1 formation path goo immortal in northern plains, Sun Ming Lu, for help. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path goo immortal. He had a firm personality and refused to cooperate. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forceful. He put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old ancestor Shui Hu talked about Lady Wan Shou at the final time, Sun Ming Lu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Ming Lu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old ancestor Shui Hu was setting up the refinement path goo formation for his beloved wife. Their love touched him, therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains goo immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent goo immortals. He set up a goo formation that prevented the Central Continent goo immortals from advancing. Eventually, the goo formation was broken and Sun Ming Lu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside biography of Sun Ming Lu, the matter about old ancestor Shui Hu's invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction, using this goo formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered goo formation that Sun Ming Lu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains. Then the goo immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great grandmaster. Or rather, they could even be a supreme grandmaster. Supreme grandmaster. The attainment level above great grandmaster, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path, long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique. They had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food path goo formation, phantom path goo formation, metal path goo formation, strength path goo formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the goo formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These goo formations were all near the brink of destruction. Mortal goo inside were barely alive. There were 0 immortal goo left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal goo. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path goo formations could not feed the immortal goo, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fang Yuan found a wisdom path goo formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path goo formation that he had discovered. The goo formation was so fragmented that Fang Yuan bore no hope. But he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this goo formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered goo formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path goo formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He mustered his strength and started to deduce this wisdom path goo formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path goo formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fang Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path goo formation and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate goo formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the goo formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this goo formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining goo here. I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked Yellow to add in this small goo formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This goo formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine goo, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal goo, among which 6 are rank 7 and 2 are rank 8. Every year, they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials. This is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete immortal goo recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining goo. I tried to complete the Immortal Goo recipe of Devour Soul Immortal Goo, but in the end I refined an Immortal Goo with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a Soul Path Immortal Goo, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My Goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive Goo formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path Goo formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. That unscrupulous merchant. He dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Azure is really amazing. These days, Yellow arrived and repaired all of the Goo formations. I can refine Goo again. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant Goo Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of accursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that Soul Path Immortal Goo, so that Immortal Goo's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed. His state is so pitiful. He is only one step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed. It can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully. Our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws. Heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fong Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with codenames, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. I will call this organization 7 Rainbows for now. Fong Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the Goo formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the Goo formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. They were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded. Today I found another revival method. But to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a Goo Immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old Immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellow and purple worked together and obtained an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of Limitless Demon Venerable. His achievements in Rule Path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless Demon Venerable is correct. There is life in death and death in life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that, under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process. It flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented. Actually, he was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. If this result is exposed, the entire Goo Immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fong Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light. His expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a Goo Immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has two layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the Gu Immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary Gu Immortal who are alive were filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to create losses to the Gu Immortal. The latter was full of death energy and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear. The entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. Any Gu Immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire Gu Immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos, with a whooshing sound. At a nook of the Yaksha octopus's cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fang Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the Gu formation. He had used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu, and this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Yaksha octopus's underground cave. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple and crude Gu formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very low. He could only use Gu formations of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan appeared, this mortal Gu formation immediately broke apart. Some aura leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces. But soon, he heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Yaksha octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Yaksha octopuses are back already? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal Gu aura before the Yaksha octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Yaksha octopuses felt the aura of the immortal Gu and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The octopuses searched around and saw nothing. Their uncertainty gradually vanished. They turned around and left. If they were Gu immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fang Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Yaksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth earthworm. Mouth earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey. It would definitely rage and fight with the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth earthworm is not their match. It does not have wisdom. It is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, It would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth earthworm to escape from the immortal zombies' sights. Previously in Dark Flow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Yicha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth earthworm. Thus Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel immortal goo inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength, they could not do anything to this mouth earthworm for a period of time. Especially when the mouth earthworm did not want to fight, and was using all its efforts to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu and force them to retreat. He had incredible battle strength. But to create the goo formation, he still needed to ask Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were like this. In the history of Goo Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Goo for them. There were all sorts of paths in Goo cultivation. That meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy. Unless they had a lot of time or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The mouth earthworm escaped. While the Northern Plains immortal zombies chased, the traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen. Pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the mouth earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of earth trenches creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the mouth earthworm was going all out. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the mouth earthworm must have panicked and led the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good, the more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fang Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light. They were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xing Xiangzi died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we did our best. Assaulting the mouth earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the Earth Trench. I have never acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This mouth earthworm fell into the acid bog. It had completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly, only the leader, Dragon Commander Yicha, was silent. He had the highest status among these people, he was the leader, he held the biggest responsibility towards Xing Xiangzi's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Yicha's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fang Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. Eh? At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi. Dr. Yin Xian called out. His gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared for this, he gave his explanation, alas. When I was trapped inside the mouth earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my immortal goo for an immortal killer move, sealing myself into star ice. This is my strongest defensive move, it was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback, I could not move at all, not just my body but my thoughts as well, therefore I could not think. The star ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the star ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it, Dr. Yin Xian realized. Xingxiangzi must have fell out when we were chasing the mouth earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. So close, so close. Xingxiangzi, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Yicha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good. Do you still need to collect Star Knight mucus? Fang Yuan's face changed. He showed a hesitant expression, saying, forget it. I was unlucky now. Let's go back and rest first. We will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xingxiangzi's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well. Thus everyone agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Knight mucus, that was a problem for later. A few days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fang Yuan's face. But now, his mind was elsewhere. Possible. This is totally possible, Fang Yuan said internally. He was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling goo worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant. Even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench, it had a dubious origin. Fang Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fang Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fang Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected of Time Path that was to use man as before Immortal Goo with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fang Yuan found the possession method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fang Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fang Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique immortal ascension to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Jin Huang at the refinement path convention. This method was even less plausible. It was suited for mortal goo masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. He would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either. He had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had blood skull goo, he already had Dao marks in his body. He could not use mortal goo to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jin Huang told Fang Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path in combination with everlasting goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation that was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting goo? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal goo, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Since the creator had yet to name the method, Fang Yuan gave it a tentative name. Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless goo immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of goo immortals obtain this method, from then on, the number of goo immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively and in unprecedented fashion. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of goo immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that of limited lifespan, and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan, thus Gu Immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible, ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. Gu Immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of Gu Immortals. During times of peace, most Gu Immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life served to remind Gu Immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable and their power was not equal. Instead, the difficulty increased gradually. Gu Immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter. Resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many Dao marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the Gu Immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions, thus the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well. Nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely, and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like blazing heaven demonists who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for Gu Immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. Gu Immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, reaccumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the Gu Immortal. The strength of many Gu Immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed. Their growth might even sometimes be stagnant, so how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu Immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Gu Immortal was a typical example. She had passed 4 earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat, that was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this. But in fact, very few Gu Immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish, so what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a woodpath Gu Immortal who moved out all their woodpath resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a firepath calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many firepath Dao marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the woodpath Gu Immortal brings back all the previously moved out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were kept in the blessed land and attracted a woodpath tribulation, the immortal aperture's woodpath Dao marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly: keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the Gu Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a blood path calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yunxing faced the calamity in his Immortal aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the Immortal aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death Immortal aperture method. Although Gu Immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head. They had to cultivate endlessly and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress. Only then could they continue to survive. But if they had a life and death Immortal aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less. While there would be no drop in the number of Dao marks gained, this was enough to benefit the cycle for the Gu Immortals' cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations. On top the original foundation, one can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just a living Immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. Gu Immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead Immortal aperture, the Immortal aperture would continue to crumble, resources could not be accumulated quickly, and there was no hope of progress. It was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death Immortal aperture created a cycle that allowed the Gu Immortal's strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole Gu Immortal world. The entire world would be revolutionized. The history of Gu masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contained such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method, it was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation of limitless demon venerables concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat, in the context of Earth's history, was like the invention of steam engine, electricity, and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional Gu master cultivation methods were passed down from Renzu's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death Immortal aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein, which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other Gu Immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time. Even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy, it might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, Immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead Immortal apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fang Yuan's own soul was from Earth. He had an open mind. The authority of the traditional way of Gu cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continue to progress over time. History continues to be written. Gu cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science. It continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors. Using their foundations, they are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert Immortal zombie, who invented the life and death Immortal aperture revival method. They had stood on old Immortal Kong Ju's shoulders. They used limitless demon venerables accomplishments in rule path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course and the result would also be ideal for him. But he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fang Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every goo cultivation path into different revival methods, different goo worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path. He needed a large amount of exert strength goo, countless disappointment goo, and many other types of supplementary goo worms to finally create a multi-layered goo formation. Fang Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, hope goo was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment goo and exert strength goo. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope. These two concepts stood as opposites to each other, but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. Disappointment goo and exert strength goo are merely mortal goo, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding goo recipes here. I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. Except that the life and death immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated. Using just the remaining dead immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment, or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fang Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his immortal aperture was not high in the first place. Its size was 3,500 square kilometers and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum. It can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence, and have plentiful resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death immortal aperture revival method which excited Fang Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path immortal zombies' corpses as immortal materials and refine them in a goo formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death immortal aperture created. His low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate and the Dao marks in the aperture would stay in the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies were rich with Dao marks and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this old ancestor Shui who would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment it was clearly recorded, if one could obtain a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed lands has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers. Every year, the amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beads. The rate of time is even faster, thus precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength true martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death immortal aperture method was an excellent method to raise a goo immortal's aptitude. the 10 extreme physiques. They had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently, their might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of Gu immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 supreme venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank. But they did not have the potential to grow and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fang Yuan. There was only one reason for that. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And a life and death immortal aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times, there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history. I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique, dual 10 extreme physique, and with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, where can I find one? Right now, there is only one optimal target, He Lulan. At that instant, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court Blessed Land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience, for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Ruthless, callous. Since he obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make as much use of it as he could. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fang Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fang Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing. The advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength true martial physique that cultivated to Gu immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fang Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lulan was his easiest target and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan herself was a formidable person. She had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply. She could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone, she had the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship, they would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fang Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by all the Gu immortals in the world. The allure of Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy Gu immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan, oh He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fang Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by, he was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since He Lu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fang Yuan returned to Darkflow Giant City, he took action to once again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Night Mucus. After that, he used the Star Night Mucus to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past. She later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fang Yuan. Earlier, she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dongfang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information Path specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. She was skilled at making locks. She was certain to be good at opening them. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. Even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching. Thus this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea. He was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get He Lu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fang Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket. He would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fang Yuan had been asking for information path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fang Yuan. He had developed too rapidly, it already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fang Yuan had little understanding in regards to information path. With such low attainment, it was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fang Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in information path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's base. Blazing Heaven Demoness tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the immortal zombies to attack the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic path Gu immortals had low luck to begin with. It was hard to collect immortal materials, but now with the immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems. Their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Shui, who was helpless. The reason was simple. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui whose battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that. She made use of Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui Hu's life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending Gu Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wanshou was skilled in refinement path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. They both did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughingstock in Northern Plains. Especially that blazing heaven demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to guard against her. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui Hu had incredible battle strength against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness experienced scheming made Old Ancestor Shui Hu suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were working non-stop. The number of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet. He kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Every month, Fang Yuan's profits were used for refining Gu worms, feeding Immortal Gu, as well as developing Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering Star Form Land Spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate Star Fragment Grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts Gu. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lu Lan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lu Lan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance, she had Fairy Li Shan's help. If she wanted to breach the contract, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent Gu Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Starform Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead aperture, moving perspective cup Gu activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of He Chung. He Chung was the father of He Lu Lan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fang Yuan to come along and kill He Chung. He Cheng's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the Superforce, He tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle. And by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by He tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, He Chung sacrificed the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in He tribe. It was also their trump card. He actually lost it. Even though He Chung had great authority in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core Immortal Gu that made up the Immortal Gu House came from the 4 supreme elders of He tribe. After the Central Continent Gu Immortals divided up Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to their sex. One of the Immortal Gu had already been forcefully refined by a Central Continent Gu Immortal. Thus, the He tribe supreme elders learned about it. He Chung had committed a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Chung did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in shadow sex activities, he had made an agreement with them. He could not expose any details regarding shadow sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. He Chang could not explain the matter to his tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was unwilling to let him go. The immortal goo house was extremely important. It affected their deterrence capability and strength. It had to be taken back. And He Chang was the clue. Thus, He tribe sent goo immortals to capture He Chang. After both sides fought several times, He Chang narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that now was the best time to take revenge. After He Chang had been abandoned by his tribe, they needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a goo immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fang Yuan also had his own motives. This was a good opportunity. He Lulan had been staying hidden all this time. Only during a chaotic battle could Fang Yuan find a chance to take action. Escape! 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 A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass like a flying snake. A moment later, the shadow vanished with a soft sound and the flying stopped. He Ching crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing right beside him. He Ching breathed roughly. He was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds. Some were deep until bones could be seen, some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but He Ching was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from He tribe. If He tribe was not trying to capture He Ching alive, with his current ability there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits. Huh. He Chang felt grim internally. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up. Seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally, he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition, but now his face was pale and his lips were green. His body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body, like a venomous snake that felt threatened. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted. A large pathway was created. He Lulan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. It is you. He Chang was shocked. He tried to stand up, but his head was dizzy. His body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely. He managed to regain his balance, but he was half squatting with tightened muscles. His expression was ruthless, but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the He tribe goo immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of He Lulan, He Chang would be dead meat. His fate would be unthinkably miserable. He Chang, to think that you would end up like this. He Lulan walked towards him. Her body was straight like a spear. Across a small river, she looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable. Who would have thought that He Chang would end up in such a state? He Lulan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. Don't look at me with that gaze. He Ching screamed. He struggled to get up. He could accept He Lulan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. I, the great He Ching, do not need anyone's pity. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. The dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. Wind, nice scenery. This nameless location is a good place for you to die, He Ching. He Ching sneered. He could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs. Isn't there someone else? Why are you not coming out? Fang Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby. He did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You, a tiger? You are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog. Prepare to lose your life. He Lulan no longer concealed the anger inside her. She took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created from her punch burst out. Fang Yuan's mood was stirred. He felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move. But with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique strength path Dao marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on Hei-chung, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, Hei-chung would die on the spot. Escape. Hei-chung gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. Hei Lu Lan's punch missed, she quickly chased him. But Hei-chung was very fast. In a few breaths of time, Hei Lu Lan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though Hei-chung lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise Hei-cheng's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now, the dark snake that Hei-chung had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. Hei-chung, stay here. Fairy Li Shan took action. The surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. Battlefield Killer move. Pear Orchard. Hei-cheng's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking Hei-chung. Fang Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xing Xiangzi to Hei Lu Lan or Fairy Li Shan. Right now he was using his strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, Hei-chung accidentally went towards one of them, and was stalled by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, Hei Lu Lan was still a distance from Hei-chung. Seeing that Hei-chung was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan transmitted to Fang Yuan anxiously, "Quickly stop him!" Fang Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid bat wings on his back to fly towards Hei-chung. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. She could tell, with Fang Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct Hei-chung. In truth, Fang Yuan was not planning to stop Hei-chung either. Earlier he had fought with Hei-chung, but times were different now. Hei-chung was Hei Lu Lan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he would be able to use Hei-chung in order to scheme against Hei Lu Lan. Fang Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture Hei Lu Lan. But after seeing Hei-chung's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to 0. If it were possible, Fang Yuan would rather let Hei-chung go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. Hei-chung got rid of the obstacles. He gave Fang Yuan a look as he sneered. "You finally came out? It is a pity you cannot catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant Iron Crown Eagle Phantom appeared behind Fang Yuan. His Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. As Fang Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and Hei-chung. Hei-chung was shocked. He did not dare to slow down. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, it was still a rank 5 Mortal Goo now. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was obtained from an Immortal Goo. It could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use Time Assist Luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that Hei-chung would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fang Yuan sighed. His body was like an eagle, pouncing at Hei-chung. Hei-chung was slippery as a snake. He moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fang Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu Lan were no longer anxious. They were excited. With Fang Yuan's interference, Hei-chung could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu Lan got close to them. Eventually, the 3 of them encircled Hei-chung. Hei-chung's expression was dark and ominous. He screamed with messy hair all over his face. "You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunderous sounds exploded, darkness shot out, flowers were flying, strength chi rampaged. The soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, He Chang was heavily suppressed. Fang Yuan's group held the advantage. It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength. That is the limit. If I hold back any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would realize it. They would be suspicious towards me and lose trust. Seeing that this excellent pawn in He Chen was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought against He Cheng 3 times. Fang Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too terrible. He had experienced the 100 Days battle, and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus at this moment, under the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Cheng suffered another severe injury. He spat out blood and was about to lose. Stop! Suddenly an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at He Cheng imposingly. Fang Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time. It grabbed He Cheng before anyone could react. Green City Rampage. He Cheng could not move. He screamed while being captured. He Lulan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Solar. The fact that He tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of the super force He tribe had arrived together. We of He tribe will deal with our own He tribe members. How can we allow you to kill him casually? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Surrender now. At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead, towards He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan was unable to move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With an intense collision, Strength Path Giant Hand collided with the green hand, and the Strength Path Giant Hand disintegrated immediately. Pitiful trick! The green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a firebird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. Boom! With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. Blazing Heaven Demoness? The 4 supreme elders of He tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird. This was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was widely known among Gu immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demoness here? Be it the He tribe Gu immortals or Fang Yuan, they were asking the same question. Her rank 8 aura was unconcealed, emanating freely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted loudly, He tribe elders, this ancient battle formation Green City Rampage of yours is so incomplete. You have the face to use it? 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time, you came here together. Who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp? The green giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demoness. An elderly voice came out of the green giant's body. Blazing Heaven Demoness, since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. He Lulan and He Cheng are members of He tribe. This is an internal family matter of ours. As an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities. Do be careful. Immediately after, another voice said, Blazing Heaven Demoness, aren't you going to deal with old ancestor Shuehu? Why are you here to join in the chaos? Join in the chaos? Ha 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 ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fairy Li Shan spoke at this moment. She continued, Old ancestor Shuehu's matter is none of your concern, elders of He tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter. What do you mean? Inside the green giant's body, the 4 elders of He tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. Big sister, Fairy Li Shan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped laughed. Her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the green giant. On the green giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire green giant. Soon, the hill-like green giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move. Fire prison. In the burning flames, the green giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the green giant were shocked. When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense. Even our green city rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used. We cannot defend against it. But the 4 elders had rich battle experience. They were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the green giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the green giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of 2 or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness first used Angry Bird to attack the green giant. She next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the 4 elders of He tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to Dao marks. Immortal killer moves used immortal goo as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary Dao marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the green giant's chest, temporary firepath Dao marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these firepath Dao marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the green giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a level. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary goo immortals could reach. Roar! The green giant roared loudly. Large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated. But they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield immortal killer move. Orchard Garden in Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise, the terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the 2 sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising. A chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Li Shan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card, seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me. It is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Li Shan's orchard garden and mountain is like myriad star fireflies. It has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, Dao marks in the Gu Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Li Shan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique. A forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The mountain itself had a large number of Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The Dao marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden in Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fang Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan used Orchard Garden in Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level Green Giant, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The Green Giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Li Shan had stopped her activation, she no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden in Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly, countless pear trees grew. The branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed. They floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the Green Giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 He tribe elders was skilled in transformation path. Thus, the Green Giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the Gu immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were coiled onto the legs of the Green Giant. Humph! The Green Giant snorted. The color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path. Dual immortal killer move. Dark Ember. Boom. An intense explosion resounded. It could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red translucent shock wave burst out of the Green Giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. Boom. 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 With 3 shock waves emitted by the Green Giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds. The earth trembled. Countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. He Lu Lan was seemingly unaware of this. Her eyes were staring at one of the Green Giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, He Qing, was held inside. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill He Qing, but at the same time, they were targeting Fang Yuan. I was scheming against He Lu Lan, but to think they would move against me first. Fang Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fang Yuan snorted internally. He turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fang Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xingxiang Zi has already been exposed. He Lu Lan is astute, since she knows I have star path cultivation. She would also know that I have already obtained star form Blessed Land. He Lu Lan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought this was just an affectionate term, for example, little brother. To think that with a little aunt she also had an elder aunt. And to think that Hei Lu Lan's elder aunt was such a formidable person. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually Hei Lu Lan's elder aunt. Fang Yuan did not expect this. Fang Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against Hei Lu Lan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fang Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move. He could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was extremely pitiful in comparison. It was despair-inducing. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal goo, with his bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 goo immortal. Even a rank 7 goo immortal could not match a rank 8 goo immortal. Feng Jigu was an exception. In the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The other party was simply too powerful. Fang Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu Lan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. This agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my true identity. Why did she help me in refining Starthought immortal goo? This means that they are not going after my life, they have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fang Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fang Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden in Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's. Its entire body became slimmer and longer. Its arms and legs turned into sharp 5-fingered claws. Whoosh! Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly. It jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled. A huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines, but the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of Hei tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. The 4 elders of Hei tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky. The strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually, the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of Hei tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything. Anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden in Mountain. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily Inwood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden in Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just Wood Path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of Earth Path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Li Shan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden in Mountain that was based on her own strength, the green giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, There were 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against a rank 8 when unified. The green giant could not break out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The green giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air. The sound was so loud eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly. Its wings flapped. It was extremely fast. It drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the green giant's arm and vanishing completely. The green giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense. Merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal, rapidly mending. But blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air. She slowly pointed her arm towards the green giant that was below her. Her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire Path Killer Move Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix. They were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. Whoosh! 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 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge winds started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The green giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of Hay tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The green giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the Gu formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless Gu worm flew out rapidly towards the green giant. He Chang, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint. He quickly fell. The green giant tried to grab him, but blazing heaven demoness stopped it. He Ching tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside orchard garden in mountain. Almost immediately, countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Li Shan. Let him go! The 4 elders of Hay tribe flew into a rage. Countless dark ember killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the green giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of Hay tribe's first supreme elder, 9 Dragon Body Protection. It could both attack and defend. Under the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Hurry up! I cannot hold on much longer. The green giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden and Mountain to trap it until now. Go! Blazing heaven demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, Fong Yuan, and He Chang. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fong Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing heaven demoness speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden and Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The green giant successfully flew into the air. It roared and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing heaven demoness movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of Hay tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of Hay tribe had to chase her. He Chang had been the representative of the 4 supreme elders. He had settled Hay tribe's affairs for so many years. He knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a superforce, their own Gu Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of Hay tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop blazing heaven demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other super forces, or even any of the righteous path or demonic path forces. He Tribe's immortal goo house dark prison was lost, and He Chang got captured. He Tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With He Tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding onto in Northern Plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The 4 supreme elders of He Tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the Green Giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the 4 elders of He Tribe. What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly, and most of our resources were stolen. We have suffered great losses. The He Tribe Goo Immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful. They have undeniable rank 8 aura. The 4 elders of He Tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our base cannot be lost. The defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme. Go! We have to go back and defend it. The Green Giant roared loudly, both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The Green Giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield which was completely in ruins. He Tribe did not pursue us, we are safe now. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fang Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Li Shan, "So you are all family, you have truly kept me in the dark. The same goes for you." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fang Yuan obtained star form Blessed Land and disguised himself as Xing Xiangzi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate. I am willing to serve you faithfully. It will be better for you if you keep me alive." He Chung struggled to get up. His face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else. But He Chung alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of He Cheng's expectations. Fairy Li Shan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at He Cheng and scolded, "Dog thief, my little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you, you even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." He Chung directly knelt on the ground. He raised his head and begged, "I am willing to be your dog or horse. I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of He Tribe, including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 ancestor He Fan. Didn't Su Xian Air get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know. I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Li Shan was completely unmoved as He Ching turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian Air, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding. This is all just a misunderstanding. He Tribe was a super force. They have an inheritance from long ago. Their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when He Fan was the one in power, He Tribe had a rank 8 Goo Immortal. They were one of the stronger super forces in Northern Plains. But his lifespan was limited after He Fan died. He Tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. This was normal in the world of Goo Immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides. If one falls, another rises. He Chung continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive. Facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, and He Lulan who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him, he could not threaten them using He Tribe itself. Thankfully, He Fan had an inheritance, and He Tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 Goo Immortal was extremely attractive to any Goo Immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered. She looked at He Lulan and spoke with a gentle tone. Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not, only little Lon can decide. Little Lon, go ahead. I have already restricted Hei Chung. He is now as fragile as a mortal. Little Lon, listen to me. Hei Chung knelt on the ground. He rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards Hei Lu Lon in a frenzy. You are my daughter. I am your father. You have the blood of Hei tribe flowing in you. You have a huge advantage in inheriting Hei Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit Hei Fan's inheritance. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect your life. That is an undeniable fact. Hei Lu Lon looked at Hei Chung. Seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked Hei Chung away ruthlessly. I will only ask you one question. Hei Lu Lan's expression was cold as ice. Ask. Please ask. I will tell you everything that I know. Hei Ching could almost see a chance of survival. Hei Lu Lan breathed in deeply, her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Mother loved you so much, she trusted you completely. Actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life? Hei Chung was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by Hei Lu Lan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew. Hei Cheng's messy and muddy hair was blown up. His eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Su Xian'er surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me. But I was afraid of dying. I was afraid of dying. Sob, sob, sob. After answering her question, Hei Chung no longer had the strength to support his body. He collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotting prawn. His body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair. His body was covered in blood. His handsome face and former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. Hei Lu Lan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing and Hei Cheng's continuous soft weeping. Hei Cheng's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew, from ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of Hei Lu Lan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Su Xian'er, the mother of Hei Lu Lan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Su Xian'er died, she had given Hei Lu Lan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that Hei Lu Lan could activate immortal goo while she was still immortal. Little sister. Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were turning red. She showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. Hei Lu Lan lowered her head. She looked at Hei Chung calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated towards Hei Lu Lan. She stretched out her hand behind Hei Lu Lan, hugging her beloved daughter as she consoled her gently. Let him go. You see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret. Is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life. He lives in terror. He lives in guilt. He is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear. Even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go, that is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lan, do not live in a world of hatred. Do not live in the past. You need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father. It is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Chung. Suddenly, she raised her leg. And she stomped. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said, He Chung was currently as fragile as Immortal. So under He Lulan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst, blood matter, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty He Chung, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Su Xian Er's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that He Lulan turned around, facing her. There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way. I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? I am not so fragile. Little Lan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand with much worry. Little Lan, blazing heaven demoness, muttered softly. She wanted to take a step towards He Lulan, but she did not do so eventually. So it's like this, I think I understand now. Fong Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Central continent, spirit affinity house. Mountains stood tall, fog was thick. In a deep area of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jin Huang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree. She quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the central continent Gu Immortals who were sent to investigate northern plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jiugu. From Feng Jin Huang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region. It was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jin Huang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate. Her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words. They attacked Feng Jin Huang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jin Huang had never seen someone die. But when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her, she only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jin Huang silently, out of thin air. Daughter, she heard a familiar voice. Feng Jin Huang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Mother! Feng Jin Huang could not hold it in anymore. She went into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a long time before Feng Jin Huang stopped crying. Mother, father is so powerful, he must be all right now, am I right? Feng Jin Huang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy Bai Qing did not directly console her in this matter. She shook her head. Even the invincible rank 9 Gu Immortals die one day, not to mention your father. People must die eventually. Huang Er, stop crying. Let mother tell you a story. This was a story in The Legends of Renzu. Legend says that Renzu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Feathermen to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom, they did not want to be restricted. Renzu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Renzu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Renzu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son. I have a method." Renzu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death, and left a trace behind when searching for fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death, and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road. That would be part way to success. Next, as long as you bring Verdant Great Son onto the path that you walked on, and leave the door of life and death, You will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, verdant great sun, will be able to escape death and revive. Renzu heard the method of self-gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let boundless forest samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer while he used the method taught by self-gu to save his eldest son, verdant great Sunday. Renzu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked, one day, he met with a beastman. This beastman was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks. The fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer. Don't come here. I am afraid." Renzu was very curious. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Renzu felt that this was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a powerful body. Yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart. It laughed at Renzu. "Oh human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me. Fear goo. Hee hee. Fear goo." Renzu took a step back. His expression changed. Once fear goo appeared, fear started to well up in Renzu's heart. He was afraid. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beastman, "I will let you off now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Feargu turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dared to look down on me, Feargu, now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Feargu flew into Renzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Renzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Feargu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Renzu screamed in horror. Feargu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Feargu also made Renzu afraid of tree leaves. Thus Renzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Feargu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Feargu made Renzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Renzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Feargu, he could not move much. He could not make any progress. When Feargu understood Renzu's motive, it made Renzu scared of death. Renzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death, because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Renzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Self-gu sighed, "Oh human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Feargu heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Fairy Bai Qing spoke this story as Feng Jinhuang was silent in her arms. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, "Huang heir, no matter what, you have to become stronger and face death head-on. Death is not scary, everybody dies, not even a rank 9 venerable is spared from it. Your father might be dead or alive, but one day I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Jinhuang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart, no matter how father is right now. I will not be fearful. I will face it directly and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jinhuang. How can I make father and mother lose face?" He, you are really a good child." Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes. Her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Jiuji's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jiugu, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Zhougu was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Bai Qing also was not having an easy time. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Zhuji's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Zhougu was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Bai Qing had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Zhougu deeply. She wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him. But she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Zhougu was so powerful, but he still went missing. She could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jin Huang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan killed He Cheng and stomped on her father's head. But it was not enough. Now, He Cheng's soul had also been captured. He was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by He Lu Lan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding onto a pearl. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lan, take it. It can only last for 7 days and 7 nights. Once the time limit is up, my immortal killer move will stop and the immortal aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan received it silently. Fairy Li Shan and Feng Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Don't look at me with such expressions. This method of taking an immortal aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of Immortal Kong Ju in Eastern Sea. I learned his method of retrieving apertures, and created this fire path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation. Her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. Alright, now we will talk about your matter, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked towards Feng Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Alright, now we will talk about your matter, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked towards Feng Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No need to rush. I am still waiting for someone." "Oh? Who is it?" Fairy Li Shan asked in surprise. "It is me." A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability. If he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. "Old ancestor Shui Hu," He Lu Lan growled out. Leader Fairy Li Shan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic, his snow-white beard was very thick, it extended to his toes. Right now all of his aura was concealed, not a trace of his might was felt, he looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness, because he was the #1 demonic path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, in control of snowy mountain blessed land. After the battle of rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest rank 8 Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shui Hu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. "Shui Hu, how was your harvest just now?" Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, replying slowly, "Even though He tribe has gotten weaker over the years, It is still a super force. It has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle blessed land gave me great gains. As it turned out, the 4 elders of He tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Chong, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more Gu refinement materials, old ancestor Shui Hu sneaked into Iron Eagle blessed land and looted it. When the 4 elders of He tribe returned, he had already left with the prophets. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu teamed up together to deal with He tribe. Fang Yuan squinted. He couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask old ancestor Shui Hu to take action, the 4 elders of He tribe would not have left. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old ancestor Shui Hu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at old ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for Gu refinement. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombies. Even though I used several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you. Old ancestor Shui Hu waved his hand. Dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground. One of them was still sleeping. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Old ancestor Shui Hu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie with a regretful gaze. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Zombie had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If old ancestor Shui Hu did something overboard, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie would start self-detonating. And the immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously, "Old ancestor Shui Hu, you truly keep your words. Then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain. Our battle will cease." Old ancestor Shui Hu's eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased tremendously. But the time path injury still plagues you. Now that the 4 elders of He tribe are back in Iron Eagle blessed land. After this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle blessed land in the future, I can lend a hand." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. "Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again." Old ancestor Shui Hu nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, old ancestor Shui Hu had not taken a glance at He Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want, that was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old ancestor Shui Hu was known as the strongest Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the number 1 expert entirely. But Fang Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern. In reality, only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. Gu immortals were humans too. They looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for Gu immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no Gu immortals would do that. All Gu immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get, with greater difficulty in surviving, hope was bleak. People like old ancestor Shui Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang fought against old ancestor Shui Hu, but did they use all of their trump cards in full strength? No. Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, old ancestor Shui Hu displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. Because if they continued, the fight would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it old ancestor Shui Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other Immortal Zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of Hay Tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the Superforce Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that Hay Tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the 4 elders of Hay Tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent. The only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak. This was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that old ancestor Shui Hu had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan at long last. Now, we need to have a chat, Fang Yuan. She smiled lightly. She called him Fang Yuan instead of Xing Xiangzi. Subconsciously, the pressure Fang Yuan felt internally intensified. But Fang Yuan smiled confidently. What do you have to say? I am listening. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had planned secretly for a long time to set up the situation. Not only did they want He Lulan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Cheng, they also schemed against Hay Tribe and settled the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fang Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan felt indifferent towards such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone, Fang Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, would fear death? The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan's relationship was exposed, Fang Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xing Xiangzi, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fang Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness' frown became tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fang Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits. Back then, when she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial nine heavens, she directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fang Yuan being just like that and destroying self-strength immortal goo. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal goo were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation using a great deal of effort. In the past, Blazing Heaven Demoness suffered from time path injuries. Thus she had placed hope in Hei Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su tribe, changed her third sister's name to Su Xian Air, and intentionally made her approach Hei Chang to enter Hei tribe. Hei Chang and Su Xian Air were both in love with each other, becoming a goo immortal couple, and Su Xian's night elopement thus became a famous story. Su Xian Air did not forget her task and tried to find out information of Hei Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. Hei tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Su Xian Air, however, was truly in love with Hei Chang, so she did not leave Hei tribe. Afterwards, Hei Chang secretly killed Su Xian Air and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily, and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in Hei Lulan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped Hei Lulan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Li Shan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiang Zi's identity and began to scheme. Because Fang Yuan just happened to need Star-Thought Immortal Goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fang Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to Hei Lulan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to Hei Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through Hei Lulan's perspective and thought of ways to support her. What was most important to Hei Lulan? Without doubt, it was self-strength immortal goo. First of all, Hei Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo and was perfect for Hei Lulan. Second, self-strength immortal goo was an inheritance given to Hei Lulan by Su Xian Air. As far as Hei Lulan was concerned, it was not just a rank 6 immortal goo, it was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength immortal goo back for Hei Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fang Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fang Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fang Yuan was very proficient in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan could take life-threatening risks and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come, it is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fang Yuan refine an immortal goo and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fang Yuan with immortal materials, but Fang Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. Any one immortal goo was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly. Right? I want self-strength immortal goo. Return the immortal goo to Little Lawn. It was hers after all. If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not forcibly take immortal goo. The immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old ancestor Shuihu, who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious immortal goo inside the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie. Unless they were a Wisdom Path goo immortal who suppressed Fang Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in Theft Path. Theft Path was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His signature immortal killer move Formless Hand was feared by countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan did not have Wisdom Path methods, and Theft Path was not a mainstream path. Despite it being created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, besides him, other cultivators of Theft Path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo from Fang Yuan's aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not very justifiable. Fang Yuan had obtained self-strength immortal goo fair and square. If he had not saved He Lulan, she would have already lost her life in the dream realm. Could be said that Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. However, Fang Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fang Yuan helped He Lulan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dong Fang tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, immortal goo are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie that fell into old ancestor Shuihu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. But who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fang Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 goo immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old ancestor Shuihu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fang Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fang Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged, "Fang Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them, we can talk." Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, "Those goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal goo? Did you tamper with them?" Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined goo, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss? Blazing Heaven Demoness replied, "That is because your fire path attainment has not reached Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the goo refinement." Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued, "I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have some conditions." Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise and clapped. "Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak. What are your requests?" "First of all, I want to form a new agreement." This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information pathgu immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fang Yuan could escape safely. "This is a must." Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, "Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this won't be a problem." Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly, "I want to leave Zombie Alliance and get rid of the alliance agreement with them." "Okay. Finally, I want Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible." Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness protecting her. Fang Yuan could no longer target her. If he could not obtain a super-grade blessed land, a high-grade blessed land was still very good. To achieve that, Fang Yuan needed a large number of ordinary Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. And in Northern Plains, who else could obtain more immortal zombie bodies than Blazing Heaven Demoness? Of course, Fang Yuan gave a valid-sounding excuse. "If I give self-strength immortal goo to you, I will not have a useful Strength Path immortal goo with me. I need to refine a Strength Path immortal goo to replace it. The immortal goo recipe that I have needs a large number of Strength Path immortal zombie bodies." This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not reject him either. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. If she agreed, she would have to pay a huge price. Earlier, old ancestor Shui, who handed over some immortal zombies, a large number of Strength Path immortal zombies were among them. But if she gave them to Fang Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly diminished. Immortal zombies were very particular about preserving their corpses after dying. This was the last bit of pride they had. Old ancestor Shui, who targeted the immortal zombie graveyard, that caused Zombie Alliance to mobilize their forces to deal with this rank 8 expert, going into a state of frenzy disregarding the cost. That was because immortal zombie bodies were the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. Anyone who targets them will face the vengeance of Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui Hu understood this as well. After the matter was exposed, even though he obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, he kept many of them without using them, leaving behind a way to settle the situation. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought, "I can give the Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter can be blamed on old ancestor Shui who, nobody will suspect me. But the problem is, Fang Yuan wants to use immortal zombie bodies to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, it was normal to fail. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head. She said to Fang Yuan, "If you keep failing in your refinement, would I have to provide you immortal zombie bodies unceasingly? That is impossible. As the leader of the Zombie Alliance branch, I am stealing from the inside. If I get exposed, the consequences are severe. How about this, you can give me a number, if it is reasonable, I will consider it." Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected him. The number was too large. It was too risky for even her to obtain this many strength path immortal zombie bodies. Next, both sides negotiated and eventually reached a consensus. Fang Yuan obtained a number of strength path immortal zombies that greatly exceeded the requirements for a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he pretended to be dissatisfied. "This is only enough for me to do 3 attempts at goo refinement." Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. "Fang Yuan, I urge you not to get an inch and ask for a mile." Fang Yuan chuckled. He looked at Fairy Li Shan. "Back then, when He Lu Lan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude?" These words made Fairy Li Shan slightly awkward. She was not as shameless as Blazing Heaven Demoness. "Talking more is pointless, we can form the new agreement now. Once the agreement is created, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you." Fang Yuan continued. "Wait." Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. "Earlier you stated your conditions, now, it is my turn." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly internally. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was not so easy to deal with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' words made Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan extremely surprised. "I am willing to fund you to refine Star Thought immortal goo. I will not do anything to the immortal materials this time." Fang Yuan heard this and did not feel joy. He squinted as he went into high alert. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant state, Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. She said, "Fang Yuan, I know that you have been looking for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie state. Look at this." Saying so, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to burn in raging flames. Orange-yellow flames covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot. It was filled with life force and could give observers a feeling of warmth and hope. It seemed harmless, but Fang Yuan took a few steps back vigilantly. Next, his eyes opened wide as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the burning flames, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to change. First, her 5-meter-tall zombie body shrunk rapidly, returning to a normal person's height. Next, her skin, which was rough and dark like tree bark, vanished in the flames. White and tender skin appeared on her, like a freshly peeled egg. Next, her immortal zombie hair, which looked like messy red wheat stalks, turned long and slim. The red color was vibrant and warm. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire figure went through a complete transformation. From a scary giant zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. She had tender skin, sharp features, her gaze was energetic, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was busty. It could barely be contained. Her legs were slim and long, yet they were also not thin. Most strikingly, her hair extended to waist length. It was burning red, giving off a dreamlike feeling, vibrant and overflowing with colors. In this wondrous flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness had performed an amazing display in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her entire aura also became stronger, like a gently burning flame, becoming larger and giving off loud noises. Other than giving people a sense of liveliness, her aura was also more overbearing. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face became more rosy, but Fairy Li Shan showed worry on her face. "Big sister, be careful of your injury." Blazing Heaven Demoness understood this, of course. The price she paid for this was not small, but seeing Fang Yuan's shining eyes and intense desire, she felt that it was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flame on her body and used goo worms, turning her body taller and transforming from a beauty into a monster, becoming an immortal zombie again. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "I have a time path injury on my body that causes my aging to accelerate hundreds of times. Without any choice, I had to become an immortal zombie. But you saw earlier that I can revive easily, changing between the immortal zombie and living goo immortal states. This is because of the immortal killer move that I used earlier, Nirvana Fire. Nirvana fire? Fang Yuan felt some hope internally. Earlier, he did not care about it because he already had the best revival method there was. But hearing blazing heaven demoness words, Fang Yuan still was greatly excited. Using the life and death immortal aperture revival method, I will turn into an ordinary goo immortal completely. My remaining lifespan will decrease accordingly. I cannot use wisdom goo after that, since my lifespan would be consumed rapidly under the light of wisdom. Furthermore, each immortal aperture can only use the life and death immortal aperture revival method once. It cannot be repeated. If I can obtain this revival method and interchange between the states of immortal zombie and living goo immortal, that would be excellent. I would be able to use wisdom goo more optimally. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interested, she added chips to her side of the bargain. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it were an ordinary mortal goo, Fang Yuan would not take even a glance at it. But Fang Yuan could not look away from this mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out. The reason was simple. This mortal goo was so valuable even rank 9 venerables looked for it painstakingly. This was a lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Fang Yuan, I know that you have little lifespan left. This lifespan goo can give you 60 years of life. After you change back, you will not be old." Fang Yuan sighed to himself deeply. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave 3 conditions. The first was to help Fang Yuan refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and she promised that she would not tamper with the materials. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this revival method allowed Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie freely and use wisdom goo fully. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been looking for. Rather than saying these 3 requests were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were more like bait that she was laying out in front of Fang Yuan. Facing such huge temptation, Fang Yuan felt excited. At the same time, his mood was heavy. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this for a reason. Thus, he cupped his fists at Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying seriously, "I cannot reject Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions. Please continue stating them." Fang Yuan could not reject her, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan understood the situation he was in. She was very pleased and finally stated her true objectives. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true conditions. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. Second, she wanted to enter into the Gutsgoo business and become the largest buyer in the Gutsgoo trades. Third, and the most important of them, she wanted Tai Bai Yunshang to cooperate with her using man as before and landscape as before to try and heal the time path injury that she had. Fourth, she wanted to be able to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel from now on to return to Eastern Sea. Fifth, she wanted Fang Yuan to make a deduction for her each year for free. The content could be related to finding immortal goo, deducing incomplete immortal goo recipes, and others. Sixth, if possible, she wanted to meet Fang Yuan's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan thought about this thoroughly. He could agree to the first request. Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons were related to Fire Path. They might be useful to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Fang Yuan could do without them. The second request was for Blazing Heaven Demoness to enter into the Gutsgoo trade and become a larger buyer than Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan could accept this. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, perhaps the Gutsgoo trade would expand even further. For the third request, if Fang Yuan talked to Tai Bai Yunxing, he would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. The fourth request involving fixed immortal travel was similar. Fang Yuan would not lend the immortal goo. At most, he would go along with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan directly agreed to the fifth request. The sixth request was nothing but Blazing Heaven Demoness trying to probe into Fang Yuan's background and the force behind him. This was impossible. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not exist. He was made up by Fang Yuan. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The silver light in the sky seemed everlasting and indestructible. There were many halls on the ground, but there was silence without any person around. There was an old tower standing tall and proud among the halls. This tower was covered in blemishes. It had over 3 million years of history. It was very famous. The immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created herself. Heaven Overseeing Tower. There was a huge refinement path goo formation around Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals respectively, 3 male and 1 female, 1 old-looking and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that the huge goo formation was gradually coming to a halt, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out deep breaths. Their tense minds calmed down. Once they relaxed, Lian Zhoushang's body wavered. He could not stand upright. He sat down on the ground directly. The others were not any better. Bai Zong Shui's head was full of sweat, while Bai Chun Tian was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's aged face had even deeper wrinkles than before. Any of these 4 people, if they went outside, would be huge characters in Central Continent or famous experts even in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were all exhausted. It was as if they were extremely hungry, after having fought strong foes for 300 days, without any rest or sleep. After all, how could repairing the rank 9 immortal goo fate be so easy? Thinking about the difficulties when activating the goo formation, Bai Zong Shui and the others felt immensely glad. One crucial step in repairing fate was to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven's will was grand and vast. A human's will was small and insignificant compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured much hardship to maintain their consciousness amidst the inflow of Heaven's will. Under this situation, minutes felt like years. They lasted for several hundred days and eventually succeeded. Good. Just now was a great success for repairing fate immortal goo. Everyone has worked hard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord carried his walking stick as he slowly got up. He looked at the goo formation in the center with much joy as fate immortal goo floated above it. This fate immortal goo was like a black and white spider. The red wound on its body had already shrunken by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chin Tian sighed. Now that we succeeded, fate goo can already use 50% of its strength. Even if it is outside of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it can start to show some effect. Lian Zhoushang said excitedly. Oh? What effect? Bai Zong Shui asked in puzzlement. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, but he smiled and said, the effect of fate immortal goo is fate itself. You have to know. All living beings in this world have certain paths in life that they follow. They cannot be allowed to change. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable harmed fate immortal goo, the world went into chaos. Right now, fate immortal goo has already recovered 50% of its strength. With its existence, the world is already starting to adjust itself. All of those who derailed from their original path before this, even if they took a huge detour, will start to move towards their original fate and continue on that path. At this moment in Northern Plains, Blazing Heaven Demoness listed her true intentions. After considering them, Fang Yuan replied to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He did not directly reject the 6th request. He said that he could not directly make the decision for such a thing. He would try to inform his master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, but whether he would show up or not was the master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached a consensus, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. After patiently negotiating, both sides set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was hard to break. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experiences to avoid loopholes in the alliance agreement and increasing the difficulties of breaking it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would still need at least 2 to 3 years to break the agreement. Moreover, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster. After setting the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan's safety was assured. He followed the agreement and handed over Self-Strength Immortal Goo to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the results. In fact, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not overbearing in this negotiation. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Goo, then that would be another story. Fang Yuan made great gains this time. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not try to lay her hands on Fang Yuan's Who Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention Fairy Li Shan's Time Luck Immortal Goo. This showed that she was truly sincere in cooperating with Fang Yuan. Be it his wisdom path attainment, fixed immortal travel, or other aspects, Fang Yuan had very great value if used. After achieving a mutually beneficial result by cooperating, blazing heaven demoness would not strike forcefully. After all, in her mind, Fang Yuan was backed by Purple Mountain True Monarch. After He Lu Lan received self-strength immortal goo, Fang Yuan purposely let go of it and she successfully refined it rapidly. It had finally returned to her, He Lu Lan's side as she used the immortal goo. At once, her body shook as 3 strength path phantoms appeared. These 3 phantoms were not burly and rough-looking men like before, they were similar to He Lu Lan's own appearance, they were all peerless beauties. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed at this. Little Lan, you have finally unraveled the biggest obstacle in your heart and found your true self. He Lu Lan nodded in joy. When she killed He Cheng personally, she felt refreshed. Her breathing became more relaxed, and she felt like she had started a new life. The strength path phantoms in front of her were proof. He Lu Lan smiled and laughed. She turned towards blazing heaven demoness. Elder Ant, don't you want He Fan's time path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing heaven demoness heard He Lu Lan calling her Elder Ant, and trembled from excitement. She knew that He Lu Lan actually hated her. After all, if it were not for her injury, He Lu Lan's mother would not have exposed herself during the course of events when undercover in He tribe. In a way, blazing heaven demoness could be considered the killer of He Lu Lan's mother. He Lu Lan continued, next, I will return to He tribe by infiltrating it. I will find He Fan's inheritance and obtain it afterwards. No! Blazing heaven demoness and Fairy Li Shan shouted in disagreement. He Lu Lan's words made them severely shocked. Back then, Su Xian Er died because of this. He Lu Lan wanted to walk on Su Xian Er's former path. How could her 2 aunts allow tragedy to strike again? Don't worry, I have already planned this for a long time. He Lu Lan expected their reactions. She placed her arms behind her as she walked slowly, analyzing calmly. Times are different now. The 4 elders of He tribe would not leave their base easily after this battle. With He Cheng's death, He tribe's reputation has sunken. In the following days, many superforces will collaborate and deal with He tribe. With He tribe's current strength, they cannot hold onto so many resources anymore. This is a rare opportunity. I will get into He tribe and obtain the highest authority. It is time this superforce had a new owner. He Lu Lan had great ambition. Even Fang Yuan was shocked at her goals. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal some resources, he even hid himself during the process, fearful of He tribe's revenge. But He Lu Lan actually wanted to take over all of He tribe. It is too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing heaven demoness spoke plainly, but she showed off a stance that did not allow rebuking. He Lu Lan looked at her aunts fearlessly. She smiled. I know that you are concerned about me, but I'm afraid you have the wrong idea. This is my decision. I am not discussing it with you. You can refuse to cooperate with me, but you cannot interfere with my choice. Fairy Li Shan and blazing heaven demoness looked at each other speechlessly. He Lu Lan knew that it was hard to accomplish this goal herself, but if she had the help of both her aunts, along with Fang Yuan's strength, it would be of huge help to her, the danger would be lower, and she would have a higher chance of succeeding. Fine, I will give you some assurance. He Lu Lan said, taking out a mask. This mask was emanating with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed onto this mask. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, and also one of the immortal goo that Fang Yuan was searching for. That was because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise would surely be at a higher level. Blazing heaven demoness had a puzzled look. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was a spoiled brat. As a mortal, she brought the immortal goo to roam the icy plain. In the end, she was targeted by a mysterious goo immortal and vanished. Attitude goo also disappeared as a result and never showed up again. He Lu Lan's lips curled up. She toyed around with attitude goo. That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to the icy plain? Wait, unless... That's right. I purposely went to the northern icy plain for my immortal ascension because I had clues of Attitude Gu's whereabouts. That was the only way I could subdue Attitude Gu, by borrowing the heavenly might of the tribulation. Haha, I will not talk about the specific details, He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She assessed He Lulan again. Feeling complex emotions, she was both happy and dejected. Nobody found out that He Lulan had obtained Attitude Gu, and she did not tell anyone either. Even Fairy Li Shan was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed internally. He Lulan wore the mask, saying plainly, from now onwards I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped and smiled, excellent. With Attitude Gu as well as the genuine He tribe bloodline, this matter might very well succeed. Fang Yuan was shocked. He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon? Fang Yuan observed He Lulan closely. He Lulan's appearance had changed greatly after wearing the mask. Clad in black and gold armored martial attire, with short hair and bright eyes, a heroic and domineering aura radiated around her and gave an oppressive sensation to others. She unexpectedly looked almost the same as Fairy Black Moon's appearance, which Fang Yuan had seen in the records from Central Continent back in his previous life. Attitude Gu influences not my eyes, but my mind. Right now, the person I am looking at is still He Lulan wearing Attitude Gu, but my mind is perceiving her as a different person. This is far too huge of a coincidence. It seems He Lulan is undoubtedly Fairy Black Moon. Fang Yuan was convinced of this, understanding the hidden inside details of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan had become the winner of the Imperial Court contest. According to history, she was a tyrant and was later assassinated. But in fact, she had not died. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. And later, she returned to Northern Plains, leading Central Continent's Gu Immortals, wrecking 88 True Yang Building and destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. If that was the case, how was He Lulan able to get in touch with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan won in the Imperial Court contest, entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained Mo Yao's will. And under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how big of an influence Mo Yao's will was, Fang Yuan was not sure. His intuition told him that this guess should be the truth of history during his previous life. It was only that in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference, the whole situation was thrown into disorder. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused him to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already caused a huge influence to the future of Central Continent. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beyond imagination. But now He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. If so, who will Spirit Affinity House appoint as the next generation fairy? Will it be Feng Jin Huang? Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander. He felt that since He Lulan was no longer involved, Feng Jin Huang was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the next generation fairy. Zhao Lianyun, you can be the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House as long as you successfully obtain this inheritance. Standing in front of the Thieving Heaven Inheritance's entrance, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Su Hao, spoke to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun gazed at the huge entrance of light with a resolute expression. I don't care about being the next generation fairy. I only want to save brother Ma Hongyun as quickly as possible. Illusory fairy Li Juning stood beside Su Hao, revealing a slight smile as she heard this. She softly stroked Zhao Lianyun's cheek, revealing a bewitching smile. Cute little sister, this is a Thieving Heaven inheritance. As long as you can successfully inherit it, you will be very likely to have the power to save your lover. Zhao Lianyun blushed. Her eyes, however, were sober and calm. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to deceive. Zhao Lianyun persisted in asking, I am only immortal. Can this inheritance immediately let me ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal, Li Juning, did not have an answer to this. In fact, she also did not know the specific contents of the inheritance. She glanced at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao, before continuing. Even if you can't immediately become a Gu Immortal, by obtaining Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will become the strongest competitor for the position of the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Don't underestimate this position. As long as you succeed, you can borrow the sex strength to save your lover. Our spirit affinity house is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only super forces like ours can match up to old ancestor Shui, Hu, and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not speak any further, taking a firm step forward into the entrance of light and disappearing within. Do you think she can succeed? Illusory fairy Li Juning let out a sigh and asked with a worried expression. Su Hao, however, was confident. We have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If even she can't succeed, who can? He continued. I know you are worried the inheritance will have difficult tests, and Zhao Lianyun might not be able to pass them since she is only immortal. But you don't know much about this aspect. After these last years of research, I have already confirmed what the qualification for thieving heaven demon venerable inheritance tests are. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can easily obtain his inheritance, and there are no other dangerous tests. I just don't know how much Zhao Lianyun can grow by inheriting this. Li Juning felt at ease at her husband's words. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zhao Lianyun were to immediately advance to a Gu Immortal. After all, this is thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement. Compared to ascending to immortal, I want his formless hand more. Back then, if only I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have been defeated by Feng Zhouge. Su Hao's fists were clenched as he said this, his eyes flickering with a vague light of hatred. No organization would lack internal strife. Spirit Affinity House naturally was not an exception. After Feng Zhouge disappeared, many Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House tacitly agreed to trouble Fairy Bai Qing. And Su Hao and Li Juning, this couple were the most important people in the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning consoled her husband. Heaven's Envy Manor had sent the news of the deaths of Ao Shui and Ling Mei, and Feng Zhouge has been missing for so long, he might already be dead as well. Why would you be bothered by a dead person? Su Hao discontentedly gritted his teeth. In the past, Feng Zhouge had such might that almost anything he said in the sect was carried out automatically, suppressing us for so many years. I was dispatched to comprehend the thieving heaven inheritance. This was also him removing me from a seat of power. But it was fortunate. I became the person who has the most understanding of thieving heaven's inheritances, and have the highest authority regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could we have openly taken charge of Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning repeatedly nodded. At present, Feng Jin Huang is the top candidate for the next generation's fairy, but Zhao Lianyun's appearance is a new variable, becoming the competitor with the highest threat to Feng Jin Huang. If we could support her to rise to the status, we would not only be able to suppress that slut Bai Qing, but also can make use of it to regain authority. Zhao Lianyun was just newly arrived, but had already fallen into the power struggle within Spirit Affinity House, becoming a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for authority. As the saying goes, in this world, people often had no control of the situation. Su Hao was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly focused, becoming very surprised. Huh? She came out so quickly. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared from thin air. Su Hao hurriedly asked, the thieving heaven inheritance has disappeared. This means she has succeeded. Is it really so simple? Even if he had done deep research and was mentally prepared, he could not avoid having an envious feeling right now. Li Juning had already moved ahead to welcome Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was out of the inheritance space, and appeared somewhat clueless and dazed right now. How was it? Did you succeed? What did you inherit? Under the heat of the moment, Li Juning grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small, tender shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned from the pain. I am also not too sure. There was a dazzling light after I entered. Then a will appeared. He told me to accept the rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Junying's eyes opened wide as they glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun, however, was disappointed, asking anxiously, I did not become a Gu Immortal and also didn't experience any changes. Can I still save brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao reacted at this moment and started laughing heartily, replying firmly, of course. I did not think the true content of this inheritance was this. Being able to inherit divine concealment is a gargantuan fortune. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Divine Concealment. Li Juning also involuntarily let out a gasp in the past when thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path. He stole the treasures of the world with no one able to forecast or deduce his movements. Why was that the case? It was rumored that it was because of two defensive killer moves thieving Heaven Demon Venerable possessed. One was Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded, right? Divine Concealment makes it so that no thoughts, wills, or emotions can deduce your state or origins. Do you know what this means? The methods of probing and deducing of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world come from these three aspects: thought, will, and emotion. And with Divine Concealment, you are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 Divine Concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can have a chance to succeed in making deductions about you. Su Hao continued. This is actually still not its most amazing aspect. You might not even believe it when I say it, but the most amazing thing is that Divine Concealment can make Gu masters immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Junying's expression looked enchanted, while Zhao Lianyun still looked uncomprehending. Su Hao could not help but laugh. He realized Zhao Lianyun was only immortal and not a Gu immortal. Thus she did not understand the significance of this. He patiently explained, Heaven's will is a kind of will. You have Divine Concealment. Since Heaven's will can't probe you, it can't send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped the detection of Heaven's will. When you ascend to Immortal later, you won't attract any heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. After thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Divine Concealment, no calamities and tribulations befell him. But this has its disadvantages as well. Calamities and tribulations are not entirely bad. They are a major way to increase the number of Dao marks a Gu immortal has. In the future, although you won't face calamities and tribulations, and will be incomparably safe, you won't be able to increase your quantity of Dao marks through calamities and tribulations, and your accomplishments would be limited. Unless you have the other methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to support your cultivation. In records of history, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved round and round in puzzlement as she probed. Divine Concealment is so powerful. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? Su Hao, who had been talking with confidence, did not have an answer for this, and Li Juning also slowly shook her head. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. The former is known by everyone, but the latter is extremely mysterious. There are many guesses and public opinions vary, but they are all unreliable and there has never been a publicly accepted answer. Su Hao replied. Li Juning spoke faintly. But since both are equally famous, it also must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, her tone one of astonishment. Besides inheriting Divine Concealment, I also obtained a clue. Another thieving Heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and that inheritance is about Ghostly Concealment. What? A second thieving Heaven inheritance? And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning was surprised and joyous. They glanced at each other with bright eyes. Su Hao and Li Juning were very perceptive. Zhao Lianyun's information was very important. Su Hao and Li Juning immediately thought of Feng Jiugu rather than the thieving Heaven inheritance. Combined with the information from the central continent Gu immortals who returned, they were almost certain the reason why Feng Jiugu disappeared was because he was trapped inside the thieving Heaven inheritance. The thieving Heaven inheritance must have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jiugu. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he said this after deducing. Then what should we do now? Li Junying's words made them sink into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around left to right and back. She did not speak. The reason why said she mentioned this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains, using Spirit Affinity House's power to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflicts within Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other. They interacted with their gazes. Both of their gazes gradually turned cold. They had chemistry and a close rapport built over the years. They quickly came to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and temporarily not report it. They wanted Feng Jiugu to die. If they reported it, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send people to save him, If Feng Jiegu was still alive, what would happen once he was saved? After dragging it out for 3 days, both immortals reached the time limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups in Spirit Affinity House were alarmed. They organized a group to save him. As for the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, she became the key person in this rescue mission. She was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Darkflow Giant City. Boom! A loud sound was heard as intense explosions occurred. The entirety of Giant City trembled. What is going on? What is going on? Is someone attacking Darkflow Giant City? In Darkflow Giant City, people had fallen to the ground. Shocked cries were heard. Darkflow Giant City was enormous. It had a total of 7 layers. The lower 5 layers were the residences of mortal goo masters and were very bustling and clamorous. 1 layer above was where people with some connection to immortal zombies resided. The highest layer was reserved for immortals only. At this moment, at the highest layer of Darkflow Giant City, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough cough. Fang Yuan was covered in soot as he came out of the secret room. He was coughing nonstop. He failed again when refining Starthought Immortal Goo. Ever since they made the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He came to Darkflow Giant City and used Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Refinement Path Goo formation. He was not a Refinement Path Goo immortal. He could not set up a Refinement Path Goo formation of such a level himself. Fang Yuan tried to refine Starthought Immortal Goo again. Blazing Heaven Demoness had funded him a huge amount of immortal materials for goo refinement in accordance with the agreement. This time, the immortal materials were not tampered with at all. Fang Yuan had an easy time during the refinement, but during the final few steps, the goo refinement failed, and an intense explosion occurred. Not only was the entire refinement path goo formation blown to bits, the explosion also destroyed the secret room, alerting all of the goo immortals in Darkflow Giant City. Even the mortals in the lower layers felt it. At the final few steps, the Dao marks will undergo a unique change that cannot be controlled. The interaction of Dao marks would only stabilize under one condition, that is the successful refinement of Starthought Immortal Goo. This step is purely dependent on luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it goo masters, desolate beasts, desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks in them, they could only make use of them through goo worms. Thus, when goo immortals refined goo, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control intense changes in the Dao marks. To make a rather crude comparison, refining a rank 6 immortal goo was like playing golf. The goo immortals' preparations are all to ensure that the golf ball moves according to the path that they had planned. But the long path that the ball needs to travel on is filled with over 100 holes. Only when the golf ball falls into the correct hole at the end of the path would the goo refinement succeed. Goo immortals could only ensure that the golf ball would move according to their wishes during the first half of the route. By the second half, the ground would be uneven and filled with pits. The goo immortals would not be able to control how the ball moved anymore. Thus, whether the ball could enter the proper hole depended on luck. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer tampered with the immortal materials, her funding is not without cost. I need to pay her back eventually. Refining immortal goo is simply too hard. The success rate is too low. Maybe I can seek help from Langya Land Spirit. He should have a strong refinement path immortal goo or a special refinement method to increase the rate of successfully refining immortal goo. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. The number of immortal goo that he had refined in his life shocked countless people. Even though Longhair Ancestor had died, his land spirit was alive, and Langya Blessed Land was still intact. Fang Yuan's goo refinement had failed again. He even suffered injuries. He decided to seek help from Langya Land Spirit and try to increase his chances even if he had to pay a huge price. I'd suggest you to first try refining the Strength Path Immortal Goo. At this time, Fairy Li Shan came over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could no longer stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ever since they killed He Cheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying inside Darkflow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demonis had led a band of immortal zombies to assault the snowy mountain-blessed land demonic path Gu immortals with high rates of success. In actual fact, it was because Fairy Li Shan was the traitor exposing intelligence to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster even though she was restricted by the alliance agreement of the forces of snowy mountain-blessed land. She could skirt around the restrictions and aid Blazing Heaven Demonis while only suffering mild injuries from violating it. How could old ancestor Shui Hu keep such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demonis, he publicly announced the expulsion of Fairy Li Shan and declared her to be an enemy of snowy mountain-blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the biggest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was welcomed by Zombie Alliance. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demonis made her one of them. Furthermore, she was the key person in forcing old ancestor Shui Hu to give in just now. In Darkflow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was very well respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan heard Fairy Li Shan's words and frowned. Please explain. Fairy Li Shan sighed. There is a change in the situation. My sister's funding for your refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu might have to be delayed. Why is that the case? Fang Yuan could not understand. They had just set the agreement. Was Blazing Heaven Demonis going to break the agreement so quickly? That did not make sense. Because funding Fang Yuan's refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu was Blazing Heaven Demonis' idea. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason and Fang Yuan soon understood why. The reason was that the cooperation between Blazing Heaven Demonis and old ancestor Shui Hu had a huge impact on Northern Plains after Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance went into a ceasefire. The conflict between both forces received much attention. Some of the other regions even looked into the matter. But Blazing Heaven Demonis and old ancestor Shui Hu knew their limits. They cooperated and settled this conflict rapidly and peacefully. The righteous path forces in Northern Plains were excitedly watching this as they wanted to see a conflict between them. Suddenly there was a turn of events. As the conflict ended, Zombie Alliance's headquarters sent out a mandatory mission in addition to the contribution points. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together using all their resources to refine a giant goo formation. This goo formation's sole use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If a situation like old ancestor Shui Hu stealing bodies happened again, the goo formation would activate and defend the place. If it could not defend the place, the power of the goo formation would teleport these immortal zombie bodies out of Northern Plains. Right now, Zombie Alliance is putting in a huge sum. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, but the other 3 branches and even the headquarters are building this giant immortal goo formation together. Just here alone, we are using 13 immortal goo and countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo are sent here from the headquarters, but we also have to refine a number of them. Thus, Dark Flow Giant City is recalling all the immortal zombies back to refine goo. There will definitely be insufficient storage in Dark Flow Giant City. The immortal zombies will have to use their personal resources. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would be compensated for contributing their personal resources. The Zombie Alliance headquarters was giving out huge amounts of contribution points, much higher than ordinary times, to compensate the members. This was among the biggest actions taken by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. An immense amount of contribution points made the immortal zombie members feel enthusiastic about refining goo. As long as they participated and expended immortal materials, regardless of whether they failed or succeeded, they would be able to obtain a huge sum of contribution points. This was a benefit rarely seen in 1,000 years. Furthermore, after setting up this goo formation, the Zombie Alliance graveyard would be safe without any future worries. The immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance were also delighted to see the creation of this giant immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea were temporarily unable to return to Eastern Sea. They stayed and refined immortal goo, and a huge number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis was in the same place. She could no longer fund Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even continue using the goo refinement secret room. He had already rescinded the Zombie Alliance agreement that had been placed on him. Blazing Heaven Demonis, who was the branch leader, had the authority to do this. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were both outsiders. Except that Fairy Li Shan was much more popular and well-regarded than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought, In the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance had this plan too, and they even succeeded. But the reason was not because old ancestor Shui who stole immortal zombies from the graveyard. It seems that the course of history will not alter easily. In this life, Zombie Alliance is building this giant immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop them, of course. Zombie Alliance was a huge force. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was just the leader of a branch, was already able to suppress him firmly. If not for Fang Yuan's immense value which interested Blazing Heaven Demoness, choosing to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have been dead already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he was entitled to. Blazing Heaven Demoness action is going against our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan asked as he looked at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. This was indeed Blazing Heaven Demoness violating the agreement. According to their alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to give Fang Yuan quite a sum of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan was willing to forego the compensation claim, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay him. Otherwise the backlash of the agreement would heavily injure her. Blazing Heaven Demoness was feeling regret towards this as well. If she had known this, why would she fund Fang Yuan? Wasn't a different condition better? Even if she wanted to fund him, she could do so in a different way that did not break the agreement. The plan of Zombie Alliance caught Blazing Heaven Demoness off guard. Since Fang Yuan refused to let go, she could only compensate him. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation was very satisfactory. Firstly, Blazing Heaven Demoness recently funded immortal materials were all waived. Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness lent Fang Yuan 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo and gave him a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo along with the countless Mortal Goo could create the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She had funded Fang Yuan in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo, and provided him a huge amount of precious immortal materials. In the end, all of it went to waste and Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with the immortal materials earlier, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He was very familiar with the refinement process of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan obtained the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. Which immortal goo were the cores? How many supplementary mortal goo were needed? What was the order of the goo worms? Fang Yuan knew all of these clearly. But to use this killer move, there was a prerequisite. Fire Path Dao marks needed to be expended from the goo immortal's body. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this fact. It was a small trap in the agreement. She wanted to increase her control over Fang Yuan using this. Since Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks, if he wanted to revive using Nirvana Fire, he would need Blazing Heaven Demoness to use Nirvana Fire for him. Fang Yuan planned to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, using other immortal goo as the cores to achieve the same or similar results. And it would be best if these new core immortal goo were immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed. This modification was very difficult. Typical Wisdom Path Goo immortals would not have any confidence in this, but Fang Yuan had high hopes for it. The reason was because Wisdom Goo was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The power of the rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply brilliant. It could not be expressed with words. It was important for Fang Yuan to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but it could only be used once on each immortal aperture. After revival, he would not be able to use Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan could modify Nirvana Fire and freely change between being an immortal zombie and a living person, Wisdom Goo would continue to assist him in unimaginable ways. Blazing Heaven Demoness is tight on funds now. She needs to spend her own resources to refine Immortal Goo and complete the mandatory mission by Zombie Alliance. Thus, she had to lend out these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If not for this situation, even if I requested it, she would not lend them to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my modification and deduction will be much easier. Fang Yuan felt very pleased about this. The Goo formation plan of Zombie Alliance unexpectedly made him a beneficiary. In the following days, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He deduced with all his energy, concentrating on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough strength path immortal zombies and refined enough exert strength goo. He even had a 60-year lifespan goo. He had all three. He could activate the life and death immortal aperture revival method now to become a living goo immortal and obtain a high-grade blessed land. But after obtaining Nirvana Fire, Feng Yuan was no longer satisfied with just this. Even though with blazing heaven demoness interference, Feng Yuan was prevented from plotting against He Lu Lan and obtaining a super-grade blessed land, because of this opportunity, he obtained Nirvana Fire, and if he used it well, he would be able to continue using Wisdom Goo. Summing up his gains and losses, Feng Yuan was uncertain if he had overall made a gain or a loss. Just as Feng Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already stepped into Luopa Valley. She was the key to rescuing Feng Jiuge. There was only one person who came along with her as the rescue team from Spirit Affinity House. Prince Feng Xian. His rank 8 cultivation could face any challenges. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal, and was an external supreme elder of a superforce, Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline in him, and because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. The truth was, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. The Central Continent Force had spent a huge effort and price to send him into Northern Plains as their highest-level spy, his main task being in regards to 88 Truyang building. Normally, Prince Feng Xian could not be used easily. If any traces were exposed, Prince Feng Xian's secret status, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, would be wasted. But it was different now because of Feng Jiuge. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. Currently, he already could suppress the rest of Central Continent. If he advanced to rank 8 with his talent and ability in time, he would be an expert even among rank 8s. His existence meant more benefits. His life and death would tilt the balance between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even change the situation of the entire Central Continent Gu Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House took a risk in using the hidden agent Prince Feng Xian to try and save him as soon as possible. Prince Feng Xian and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and an immortal, moved forward in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask a question. If I can save Lord Feng Jiuge, will I be able to become the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House? While traveling, Zhao Lianyun asked this. Prince Feng Xian wore a mask. His figure was blurry. He was shrouded in fog. His true appearance was concealed. He said softly with a smile, "It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's next-generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jiuge, then it would almost be guaranteed that you succeed. I heard that his daughter Feng Jinhuang is the top competitor for this title. If you become the savior of her father's life, she would step down from this contest for sure. So that's it." Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with the light of hope. Even though she had the soul of an adult after she went to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative. She did not conceal anything and acted obediently, because she had understood what world she was in. Without strength, no matter how intelligent you were like a loose strand of grass. Once the wind blew, you would be blown away and sent into danger. She understood that she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House to save Ma Hongyun. But it was unrealistic to get Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had understood the rules of Spirit Affinity House. All the generations of fairies were fully nurtured by the sect. In Spirit Affinity House's long history, all of these fairies had become Gu Immortals. They had immense strength and had significant authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, you must hang in there. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun internally. Prince Feng Xian suddenly stopped moving. Found it. It is here. Using the Immortal Goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince Feng Xian obtained an Immortal Killer move that was specialized in finding the Thieving Heaven inheritance. To use this killer move, they had to move slowly. Prince Feng Xian brought Zhao Lianyun and walked for over 2 hours before they located the Thieving Heaven inheritance in the giant Luopa Valley. Prince Feng Xian activated his Immortal Goo, and in a few minutes an entrance of light opened. Whoosh! The entrance of light had just opened when an intense wind blew. Prince Feng Xian was shocked. How can the winds of assimilation be here? He quickly activated his Immortal Goo, using a killer move and grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation were condensed into a ball. grabbed tightly by Prince Fengxian in his hand. But soon, Prince Fengxian's hand started trembling as his expression turned pale. "Quickly go in. I can only control it for a moment." Zhao Lianyun swiftly acknowledged his words. Even though she could not see his face, she could hear how anxious he was from his voice. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar sight. Like the previous inheritance space, this place was empty. The only thing here were over a dozen tornadoes of the winds of assimilation moving slowly in the space like tall pillars. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Even though she did not know what the winds of assimilation were, from the actions of Prince Fengxian, she knew that they were incredibly powerful. "You are finally here, quickly come to me." A voice was transmitted into her ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. "Who are you?" "I am Feng Zhougu. Hurry. Come here now." The voice was extremely weak. It sounded like a dying old man who was holding on to his last breath. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. She could hear that the voice came from within one of the tornadoes of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also realized that the tornadoes were all gathering towards the most central one. They were moving slowly, like a group of lions stalking and eyeing up on their food. "Don't worry. You are an otherworldly demon. You have received the acceptance of thieving heaven's will. The winds of assimilation are harmless to you." Feng Zhougu paused before speaking with difficulty. "Didn't you come to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance." Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew that she had to make a decision now. Time waits for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully got closer to a tornado of the winds of assimilation. The tornado's power was very concentrated. Zhao Lianyun could only feel a light breeze when she was beside it. She stretched out her trembling hand as she placed it into the tornado. If any Immortal saw this, they would cry out in shock. But Zhao Lianyun's ignorance made her less fearful. She did not know the power of the winds of assimilation, and she chose to believe in Feng Zhougu. Like what Feng Zhougu had said, the winds of assimilation that even Prince Fengxian could not deal with were harmless towards Zhao Lianyun. After Zhao Lianyun placed her hand into it, the tornado shrunk at an observable rate. In a few breaths' time, it vanished. Feng Zhougu's voice was transmitted again. "See, wasn't I correct? This inheritance space has a power greater than the winds of assimilation. Thus it cannot be destroyed. You are an otherworldly demon accepted by this space. With it protecting you, you are in no danger." Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. "Lord Feng Zhougu, I will save you now." She rushed into the tornadoes, charging her way in as the winds of assimilation vanished wherever she went. Eventually, she reached the center, and the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Zhougu dispersed. Next, she saw that Feng Zhougu was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters from the ground. His face was rosy and his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tight. "Lord Feng Zhougu," Zhao Lianyun called out lightly. Feng Zhougu slowly opened his eyes. His expression was clear as jade. He did not speak. He opened his right hand and showed it to Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 words written with blood on his palm. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, turning her gaze towards Feng Zhougu again. Feng Zhougu smiled lightly at her. Next, his entire body scattered with the wind. It disintegrated and vanished on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was left staring blankly. The greatest genius of a generation, Feng Zhougu, had passed away. Who Immortal blessed land. Because the rate of time was different, half a month had already passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced quietly as usual. In here, he did not need to use the killer move vaguely familiar face. He was in his original zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat still like a rock. But in his mind, countless starlight specks were shining, as thoughts clashed endlessly within. Puff! A long while later, he let out a breath. He opened his eyes and showed an extremely tired expression. He stood up with difficulty, after undergoing such a long period of intense thinking. His mind was hurting and he felt waves of dizziness. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only maintain each deduction for 7 days and nights. After 7 days and nights, he would need to rest, unable to continue further. His mind was like a simmering cauldron. It needed time to cool down frequently. If not, his mind would suffer considerable damage. After so many days, I have only completed 20% of Nirvana Fire's modification. And this was with the effect of the light of wisdom. If I did it alone, I would need countless years to reach my current progress. Immortal killer move were very hard to create. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more profound. Using Fire Path to display the mysteries of life and death. If Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have successfully created this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave and returned to Danghun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, his mind was refreshed, but according to his experience, Fang Yuan still needed to rest for an entire night before he could recover fully. Immortal Blessed Land did not have day and night. There were no changes in the sky. But if it did, then there would still be 6 hours until night time. Fang Yuan was unwilling to waste his time. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo and his consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. During this period of time, he selectively put some rank 8 immortal materials up for sale, to exchange for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were kept in his possession. The rank 8 immortal materials that he sold were the lowest quality among his inventory. Even so, waves of commotion were created in Treasure Yellow Heaven as a result. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to easily complete the current goal of feeding his immortal goo. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I would be troubled by this for a long time. Fang Yuan was feeling the burden of feeding immortal goo now. He had simply too many immortal goo on him right now. Very few goo immortals had so many immortal goo in their possession. The burden of feeding these immortal goo was huge. Actually, quality was more important than quantity for immortal goo. Like Xuesong Zi, he only had 1 immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect gave him a set of immortal killer moves, he fought without any clear weaknesses. In this situation, he was making full use of his immortal goo. The most common situation is to feed a small number of immortal goo, and use them as the cores to create many different immortal killer moves to deal with different situations. Fang Yuan knew this, but he had no choice. He could not sell these immortal goo easily. Transactions of immortal goo were very rare. Even if there occurred, they traded immortal goo for immortal goo. After settling the final deal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's immortal goo feeding session ended for the time being. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had set it aside. He still had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, but he did not plan to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo and his battle strength fell drastically. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan suffered huge losses. Right now, he felt sick every time he heard about refining immortal goo. He felt some pity and sympathy towards the immortal zombies who were refining immortal goo collectively right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones currently, but his funds were all spent on the building of Starform Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan had been multitasking. Starform Land Spirit had been working laboriously, following the design plans of Fang Yuan in building the new structures. Right now, Starform Blessed Land was already 40% done with the new development. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan no longer felt such urgency towards Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan also did not plan to move Immortal Blessed Land's resources into Starform Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan's time in Immortal Blessed Land was fulfilling and peaceful. His main effort was on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Everything was prepared now. He only lacked the final critical elements. Once Nirvana Fire was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. Next, he will move all of the Blessed Land's resources into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and fastest way. Undoubtedly, once this plan succeeds, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not anxious even though he had been seeking this goal for a long time. His experiences in the 500 years of his previous life trained his incredible level of patience. But just when he was preparing to rest for the night before continuing his killer move modification, He Lulan requested help from him. You will never imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Using a Stargate, He Lulan arrived in front of Fang Yuan excitedly. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These last days, He Lulan had obtained lots of shocking information from He Cheng's soul. What moved her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to retrieve Luopa Valley for me. Don't worry, I will give you enough compensation. We have to move quickly before complications arise. He Lulan acted rapidly. Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan did not speak. He thought of the open-door Gu and closed-door Gu in his possession. He had the clue to Luopa Valley long ago, but he was bothered with other matters and did not head there. Now, after receiving He Lulan's information, he was internally glad about his vigilance and careful decision. Luopa Valley was under the control of Shadow Sect long ago. It was their base. If Fang Yuan headed there abruptly without enough strength, he would be easily captured by the other party. Even if he struggled while risking his life, his enemies would be too powerful, there would be little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed and Luopa Valley is controlled by the central continent Gu Immortals now. But they are from another region after all, they cannot stay for long. We just need to leak some information to force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the central continent Gu Immortals had already left northern plains returning to central continent. Fang Yuan had always been weak in collecting information. In terms of northern plains, he relied on Fairy Lishan. In terms of central continent, Immortal Crane Sect would never reveal such secrets to him. This group of people should be trying to investigate the culprit behind the fall of 88 Truyang building. They are after us. But for some reason, their investigation led to Shadow Sect. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered, compared to this, I am more concerned about the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. He is a member of Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal revealed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Chang was there as well. Thus this precious information was leaked. There are many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance has a loose structure. Many of the members have their own forces. This is nothing strange, right? He Lulan said nonchalantly. Shadow Sect is not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. Shadow Sect members are not afraid of sacrifice. The unity of this mysterious force is simply too high. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had heard of Shadow Sect. Back in southern border, he had heard about it from Chojiu. Fang Yuan even knew that the door of life and death was inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. But he did not make any plans regarding it. The reason was that his strength was too low and there was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land and not attract attention. Shadow Sect was mysterious and stretched across southern border and northern plains. They were not to be trifled with. All right, enough of that. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I am inviting you and my aunts to explore it. We will split the gains according to our alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood why she was in a rush. This was truly an incredibly rare opportunity. Fang Yuan was excited too. He still had open-door Gu and closed-door Gu in his possession. He wanted to know if these two Gu worms could grant him any different treatment in Luopa Valley. But before going, some things had to be said. You want to take Luopa Valley completely? I do not agree with that. Fang Yuan said firmly. He Lulan stared with furious eyes. Her gaze shined with a ruthless light. What do you mean? I found the information on Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan laughed. He said the location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was shocked. She was staring at Fang Yuan with much suspicion. She had withheld some information earlier. She did not tell Fang Yuan this piece of important information. Fang Yuan took out open-door Gu and closed-door Gu. Like how He Lulan exposed attitude Gu to them, since these Gu worms were going to be used anyway and could not be concealed, he openly explained it. He Lulan snorted, looking at Fang Yuan disdainfully. Without my information, would you dare to go? By the time you are willing to go, the chance would have been lost. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I am just saying your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan acted very agitated. Next, they went into an intense verbal fight. Both sides were breathing roughly with exertion written on their faces. Their demeanor as Gu Immortals was disregarded, but they came to an agreement. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided up. Blazing Heaven Demonis would take 50%, Fairy Li Shan would take 20%, while He Lu Lan and Feng Yuan would take 10% each. He Lu Lan was very crafty. She used her 2 ants to force Feng Yuan to give in. 10% of the ownership might be little, but it achieved Feng Yuan's goal. He just needed the rights to use it. Feng Yuan had never thought of taking Luopa Valley for himself. After all, He Lu Lan had Blazing Heaven Demonis backing her. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining goo, and as a rank 8, her every action would garner great attention. She transmitted to them, since Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel anyway, if they were in any danger, she would be able to save them. In the end, only Feng Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan went. Oh no! Some people have entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hidden outside guarding the entrance, saw Feng Yuan and the others and quickly reported it. Soon, Prince Fengxian was informed of it. After Hui Fengzi surrendered in battle, he was subdued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The Central Continent Gu Immortals returned while leaving him behind to keep watch over Luopa Valley. He had just sided with Central Continent and had originally been unwilling, and was only a temporary hired hand. So naturally he did not have the qualifications to know of Prince Fengxian's true identity. He only knew an immortal, and immortal had entered Luopa Valley while he was keeping watch for them. He was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to slog for Central Continent. The moment he saw He Lu Lan and the rest of the group, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince Fengxian, who was inside Luopa Valley. Prince Fengxian quickly obtained the information. At this moment, his hand was still slightly shaking. Clearing up the winds of assimilation was truly not easy. Just from this, Prince Fengxian could not help but admire Feng Jiugu. The latter was actually able to last for so long under the winds of assimilation. He truly did not know how Feng Jiugu was able to do this. Unfortunately, Feng Jiugu was already dead. The process of inheriting the thieving heaven true inheritance was extremely fast. Only the identity needed to be checked, and if one was indeed an otherworldly demon, the thieving heaven inheritance would go to them. After Feng Jiugu died, the inheritance space only had Zhao Lianyun remaining. So, she quickly obtained this inheritance, ghostly concealment. Right at this moment, she returned to Prince Fengxian's side and reported the news of Feng Jiuji's death. "Sigh, we were late." Prince Fengxian sighed inwardly. He then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and flew away. An immortal and immortal were soon away of the scene. At present, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis relation was already known by everyone. Prince Fengxian did not want to get in a fight. The social circle of rank 8 Gu Immortals was very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, the number of rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface was only 5. Old Ancestor Shuihu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Prince Fengxian, and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a rank 8 immortal zombie who was barely able to join in the circle. One could say all 6 of them were very familiar with each other and had fought and sparred with each other many times. To exaggerate it, if someone farted, they would know who it was, and they would recognize someone even if they turned into ashes. Were Prince Fengxian to attack Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely come out. In Prince Fengxian's opinion, Blazing Heaven Demonis might already be secretly lurking in the surroundings. Prince Fengxian's identity was very special. He could not rashly make a move. If he made a move and Blazing Heaven Demonis recognized his identity, that would truly mess up the situation. Why would Prince Fengxian appear in Luopa Valley? Gu Immortals were not idiots. They would easily guess Prince Fengxian had a secret link with Shadow Sect or perhaps Central Continent forces. One should not forget the existence of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in this world. Prince Fengxian was looking at the overall situation, and in caution he took the initiative to retreat, avoiding leaving behind any clues or evidence that could be deduced by Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. He Lu Lan and the others still did not know they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke the concealment seal outside and entered inside Luopa Valley, inspecting their surroundings. Luopa Valley was a scene of ruins. This valley of legend had experienced the 100 Days battle and was already half ruined. Moreover, the remains of the valley was already beyond recognition, as almost everywhere were Gu formations arranged by Gu Immortals. Some of these Gu formations were the works of Shadow Sect, while some were arranged by Central Continent's Hong Chi Ming. These goo formations had no doubt an extremely bad influence to Luopa Valley's environment. It was to the extent that the bewilderment fog which blew all year round in Luopa Valley and Luopa Wind were nowhere to be seen. The group of three began to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan found some remains of white lotus giant silkworm goo. He sighed, feeling some regret. He had learned from He Lulan that there had been large numbers of white lotus giant silkworm goo in Luopa Valley, but the 100 Days battle caused the death of most of them, and when the Central Continent goo immortals swept through the battlefield later, they did not leave behind any living ones. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had already obtained enough white lotus giant silkworm goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and fed cleanse soul immortal goo. This proved that the accumulation of those old senior goo immortals could not be looked down upon. Naturally, the prior condition was you needed to have something enticing enough to make them act and carry out the transaction. Under He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's attentive gazes, Fong Yuan used open door goo and closed door goo. No response. Open door goo and closed door goo were the inheritances of thieving heaven demon venerable, but this place was already occupied by shadow sect and there were goo formations everywhere, turning Luopa Valley into a stronghold or a fortress. Fong Yuan heaved a sigh. He realized the thieving heaven inheritance was already taken by someone else. Most probably it was shadow sect. But his guess was wrong. The true beneficiary of the thieving heaven true inheritance was Zhao Lian Yun and Central Continent's forces. What's more, she had inherited it just a short while ago. Prince Feng Xian was late in saving Feng Zhougu, and Fong Yuan was also late by a step to arrive at Luopa Valley. Even if thieving heaven demon venerable had left behind an inheritance, so many years have gone by, it is normal for it to be taken by others. The true treasure is still Luopa Valley. He Lulan patted Fong Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fong Yuan knew she was urging him to hurry up and get to work. Fong Yuan nodded and activated Immortal Goo to slowly lift the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan closely cooperated from another side, countless goo worms flying all around. They are actually going to take Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi had been spying from outside and was shocked at this sight. Prince Fengxian was also surprised. He had not expected He Lulan's side actually had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince Fengxian unprepared. He hesitated, but finally decided to restrain himself and do nothing. After spending an hour, Fong Yuan succeeded in storing Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There are still blessed lands here, but just to be safe, we better leave now. Ever since He Lulan failed in passing the calamity, she had become more self-controlled and had lost almost all her rashness. Although Luopa Valley was extremely ruined, but with Tai Bai Yunshang's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to the blessed lands, Luopa Valley's value was extremely difficult to replace. Many goo immortals had fallen here in the 100 Days battle. After they died, their immortal apertures should have become blessed lands hidden in space within this place. Fong Yuan could take away Luopa Valley, but he could not bring these blessed lands. However, now was not a good time to search for them. After taking Luopa Valley, Fong Yuan and the group quickly made their retreat. They left really quickly. They know their situation. Far away, Prince Fengxian quietly looked at the receding figures of the three people, his gaze dark and cold. Although he could not make a move, he had the two female goo immortals, Sword Master Yulan and Lu Yao, under him, and he also had other secret forces. Prince Fengxian had hidden in northern plains for hundreds of years. Naturally, he would have accumulated quite a bit of strength. He had still been wanting to find trouble for Fong Yuan and the others, but they left too quickly, so he was unable to chase them. Prince Fengxian glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley was already gone. This place had now become an empty, desolate land. Although the auras of immortal goo were removed as much as possible, an expert could still sense some clues. So many goo immortals had died here. These blessed lands themselves were rich resources. Prince Fengxian naturally would not give them up. The Central Continent goo immortals behind him also would not give them up and would definitely move to retrieve these blessed lands. As for the immortal goo, he did not have to even think about it. They were certainly already destroyed. Retrieving blessed lands, especially ones that fell in foreign regions, was a difficult and troublesome matter. I hope this troublesome matter doesn't fall upon me. It is better if those other 9 ancient sects take up the trouble. Feng Jiugu died from the winds of assimilation. He left behind nothing except 2 words and blood. I should first send back Zhao Lianyun and this important information to the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not remain any longer and immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still left behind to watch over the blessed lands. This is Shaohan blessed land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan to the blessed land left by He Qing. This blessed land was clearly dominated by dark path and soul path downmarks. The whole of the blessed land was dim and gloomy, giving an oppressive feeling. In the central area of the blessed land was a large and dense forest. The trees were in all kinds of postures resembling female bodies. This was a special resource He Chang had raised in his immortal aperture. This kind of tree was not found in the nature. He Chang could be considered its creator. Thus, these female-shaped trees were also one of a kind. He Lulan had already thought of the place for Luo Pavali, calling out the land spirit. Shaohan blessed land's land spirit looked rather peculiar. It was a jade-green vine. The vine was like a cloth, attaching itself onto that familial emotion left behind by Su Xian heir to He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan introduced to Feng Yuan with a sigh. Shaohan land spirit's ownership condition was to stay together forever with Su Xian heir. So after little Lan took out sister's familial emotion, she easily became the master of this blessed land. Feng Yuan was also slightly surprised. Who could have thought that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was actually Su Xian heir? It could be seen he truly loved Su Xian heir, and even during the moments of his death, what he thought of was still her. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Turbulent events occurred over time. Most people did not understand themselves fully even until their deaths. Little Lan, you have returned. Su Xian heir's familial emotion looked at He Lulan with love. Mother! Su Xian heir softly called out, then ordered the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 to another part of the blessed land in an instant. The land spirit's movement ability signified this blessed land had a lot of space path downmarks. Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had few space path downmarks. So star form land spirit did not have the ability to teleport. Boom! Feng Yuan placed down Luo Pavali. Fairy Li Shan could not help but smile at the completion of this task. Feng Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and Little Lan has Luopa Valley. Haha, this is interesting. We actually have possession of 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan also could not help but reveal some look of expectation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as the 2 treasures of soul path cultivation. Feng Yuan was already gaining endless profits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered how this Luopa Valley would make him grow. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. There were 15 Gu Immortals in the sect. More than half of them had come in person. This was a rare sight. There were meetings held in the sect quite often. Gu Immortals only needed to participate with their will or emotion. But now, there were 8 Gu Immortals who came in person, including the only 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this situation was Feng Jiuji's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals felt uneasy and uncertain towards the future. This time, we gathered everyone here to declare important information. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat as she looked around, speaking solemnly. Spirit Affinity House was very different from the other 9 sects in one aspect. They had a high proportion of female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu Immortals, but only 5 male Gu Immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both female rank 8 Immortals. At this moment, everyone's attentions were focused on first Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder was expressionless, but second Supreme Elder beside her had a grim expression. The Gu Immortals observed their reactions and had a very bad feeling. As expected, First Supreme Elder's following words were like a huge rock crashing into their hearts. It has been confirmed. Feng Jiugu has died in Northern Plains. He died inside the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything but 2 words written in blood. All of the Immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who attended the meeting personally, felt her head spinning as her expression paled. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the news, everything still found it unbelievable. Feng Zhugu, who was so strong, actually died in northern plains. In contrast, the Gu immortals who were weaker than him were alive and returned to their sex. Honestly speaking, when Feng Zhugu went to northern plains, nobody expected this ending. Since long ago, Feng Zhuji's strength was ingrained into everyone's minds. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He had even become a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt dejected and empty inside. Even those who were against him, Su Hao and Li Juning, had the same feelings. First Supreme Elder continued, "Look at the information path Gu worms in front of you. The details are recorded inside. Take a look." The Gu immortals looked into the Gu worms. Lord Feng Zhugu died in the winds of assimilation. It was not an unworthy death. Long after, a Gu immortal broke the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were shut, her body was trembling slightly, the intense pain and grief engulfed her like a tsunami. She loved Feng Zhugu so deeply, and Feng Zhugu loved her just as much. Her mind was filled with the scene before he left. To think that it was the last time she would see him. People were often played by destiny. Right now, she was alive while he was dead, she was in Central Continent while he perished in Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing did not dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that her tears would flow out uncontrollably if she did. She tried to think of her daughter and said to herself internally, "Bai Qing, oh Bai Qing, you must stay strong. At this time, you cannot let others see your weakness." She took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were watery and had redness in them. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were discussing Feng Zhuji's final action. Before Feng Zhugu died, he wrote Bo Qing on his palm. What was he trying to say? In my opinion, this lead is very important. Feng Zhugu must have understood something while under the immense pressure of death. It is a pity that he was already beyond saving when he met Zhao Lianyun. He did not have the strength to speak anymore. He only left this clue for us. Feng Zhugu was investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Zhugu and Bo Qing are very similar people. Of course, Bo Qing was much stronger than him. He was at the peak of Central Continent. Even Heavenly Court Gu immortals had to bow to him. At that time, Spirit Affinity House was at its most glorious period. Back then, many people thought highly of him, that he would become a sword path immortal venerable. It was a pity that he failed in the end. We all know about Bo Qing's information. What I want to know is, why did Feng Zhugu write his name before dying? What was he trying to tell us? The hall became silent. A Gu immortal opened their mouth. Did everyone forget? In the information returned, Feng Zhugu had fought against Qin Baishang, who used five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Zhugu was trying to say that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was related to Bo Qing? According to my deduction, he should have thought that since the other party had five-finger fist heart sword, they must be related to Bo Qing in some way. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating it. This is an important lead. That is indeed the case. Back then, Bo Qing died under the tribulation. Not even his ashes were left. How can his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortal talked about it for a while. They had all sorts of ideas, but none were reliable. First Supreme Elder raised her hand. Her action made the hall turn quiet. No matter what, we have to investigate Bo Qing's matter. I will pass this mission to you, Bai Qing. Hearing First Supreme Elder call her name, Fairy Bai Qing turned around and looked at First Supreme Elder, agreeing. These was her husband's final words before dying. Fairy Bai Qing would exert all her efforts to investigate this lead and find the truth. Only we will know about Feng Zhuji's death, conceal it as much as possible. Whoever leaks this information will become under trial as a traitor of the sect. First Supreme Elder called out coldly. Next, we will talk about the forces that are under our sect's control in Central Continent. Feng Zhuji's death created many problems for Spirit Affinity House. Even though the sect had two rank 8 Gu immortals, unless they were in a perilous situation, these two Gu immortals would not move easily. There were many reasons. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level was like treading on thin ice. The Gu immortals would be very careful and spend all their efforts on the tribulations. If they were careless and lost their battle strength from fighting, They would die under the terrifying might of the tribulations. Secondly, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had a sole origin that was Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Court around, the conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects would never escalate. They did not require rank 8 Gu Immortals to intervene. Thus, in the world of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, or even in all 5 regions, the most active ones were rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 6 Gu Immortals. And among rank 7s, the invincible Feng Jiugu was important beyond words for the sect. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House could expand to such a size and occupy countless precious resource points. With Feng Jiugu's demise, Spirit Affinity House was much less of a threat towards the other sects. The resources that they controlled were like pieces of delicious meat that attracted countless greedy gazes. Xuanwu Mountain Range has rich resources. It is a treasury of immortal materials. At least one rank 7 Gu Immortal needs to guard it. The mining inside the Golden Sand Cave has reached a critical moment. We have already invested a huge amount of time and resources into it. Now is the time we reap our harvest. We should not give it up. Reincarnation battlefield is most important. The Gu Immortals felt headaches. They had too large of a sphere of influence but too few Gu Immortals. Even if they were split their forces up to defend everywhere, they still had insufficient numbers. At this time, they finally realized that Feng Jiugu's reputation was such a huge deterrence to the outside world. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu Immortals were talking about immortal materials or other resources constantly. Nobody talked about Feng Jiugu anymore. It was as if Feng Jiugu's existence ended with the discussion of the 2 words, Bo Qing. Fairy Bai Qing felt some sadness towards this. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect. Yet in the end, these people forget about you in an instant. In the entire process of the discussion, Fairy Bai Qing's mind was not focused on it. The Immortals could tell and understood why. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the Immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes light up, showing deep concern. If Feng Jiugu was still around, Feng Jiugu would almost certainly become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But now that Feng Jiugu was gone and Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere, she became Feng Jinhuang's greatest threat. Fairy Bai Qing doted on her daughter, of course, thus she was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun's matters. She heard the Gu Immortals discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did anything change in her? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. These 2 are top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching on them. With our current progress, it is profound and unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have formed 2 layers of Dao marks cloaking Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a unique usage of Dao marks. These 2 layers of Dao marks will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We tried many methods to deduce her, but there is no effect. We as Gu Immortals are deducing immortal, but we failed to get anything. If I did not experience it myself, I would not believe it. Did you all notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves that do not expend immortal essence. They are like fortune rivaling heaven Gu. The power of venerables are truly hard to comprehend. Hiding from the deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions. This is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? That is still unclear. We have tried many methods. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative during the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she knows how to behave properly. She can be nurtured. This little fellow wants to save her lover. But sadly, according to our intelligence, old ancestor Shui, who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded this meeting. Continue researching, and also increase Zhao Lianyun's attachment to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, 7-star child immortal zombie looked at a mirror to communicate with someone. There was a vague, elderly figure in the mirror. He spoke slowly. All the preparations are in place. But Heavenly Court has already completed their last process of repairing Fate Gu. You have to act in advance now. Understood. 7-star child immortal zombie said solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror spoke again. Seven-star child did not speak. He stopped activating this information path. Immortal killer move and the mirror vanished. Next, he turned around and entered deep into the forest without looking back. The scene was quiet and dark. Under the hazy moonlight, shadows of trees seemed to be dancing. The occasional breeze, the cries of birds and the growls of beasts felt like the sleep talking of this mountain range. Lanterns were lit in a cabin in the mountain valley, giving off a dim light. Feng Jin Huang lay on the bed, weak and pale without a trace of rosiness on her face. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, and apologized. "Mother, I made a mistake. I will not do it again." Fairy Bai Qing was grave. "Huang heir, I know what you are thinking about. You are cultivating so desperately that you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times over these last dozens of days. I have warned you when you began cultivating, you need to act according to what is natural and be in control. But what you are doing is going for more haste, which is instead causing you to progress slowly. You might even collapse and endanger your life as well." Feng Jin Huang lowered her eyelids, speaking quietly. "Mother, I am sorry. I have already placed goo in your body as punishment. You cannot cultivate for 7 days and 7 nights, and you can only move around this mountain valley. If you are hungry, you can pick up wild fruits. If you are thirsty, you can go drink from the mountain spring. Think properly over these days." Fairy Bai Qing said in a heavy voice. "Mother, don't." Feng Jin Huang was very anxious. However, Fairy Bai Qing brushed her sleeves at Feng Jin Huang's cheek. Immediately, an intense sleepiness attacked Feng Jin Huang's mind. Her eyelids were extremely heavy, and she felt so exhausted that she was not able to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her daughter in a deep sleep but still frowning slightly, Fairy Bai Qing was sad and worried. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Jin Huang of Feng Jiuji's death. On one hand, Spirit Affinity House wanted to conceal the news for as long as possible to make arrangements more easily. Feng Jin Huang, a mortal, was not qualified to know. After all, prying information from mortals were much easier than prying information from Gua mortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know how she could inform her. Why was Feng Jin Huang cultivating so desperately? She was working hard to advance further, to become stronger so that she could look for her father and save him. How could Fairy Bai Qing tell the cruel truth to Feng Jin Huang? She could not bear to sigh. As she looked at her daughter's face, Fairy Bai Qing heaved a long sigh. Her normally upright posture and dignified white robe, in this dim light, looked weak and dull. She was truly tired. Only now did she remove the disguise and revealed her true emotions. Fairy Bai Qing softly caressed Feng Jin Huang's cheek. The love and affection in her gaze could even melt iron. Feng Jin Huang's appearance combined the good features of Feng Jiuge and Fairy Bai Qing. In her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jiuji's image. Feng Jiuge was dead. Feng Jin Huang was now her only sustenance to keep on living. In such a silent gaze, time passed and light was already shining in from outside the cabin. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize the passing of time. She had to set out now. She stood up slowly, taking slow steps towards the outside, and closed the door carefully. She looked at the cabin in the valley deeply, murmuring to herself, "Huang heir, wait 7 days for mother. You need to take care of yourself during this period and calm your mind." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Jin Huang's safety. After all, this was Spirit Affinity House's central region. Even if there were internal fights in the sect, they were limited and a move would not be made against Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on the clouds and mist, flying towards the northwest direction. Her destination was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? She had received the sect mission to investigate Bo Qing, the clue left behind by Feng Jiuge. Bo Qing had been a Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, and the sect had large amounts of records on him which Fairy Bai Qing had looked through. In her investigation, Fairy Bai Qing discovered Bo Qing's experiences were actually extremely similar to Feng Jiuji's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's lover, Mo Yao. Mo Yao had been the fairy of that generation of Spirit Affinity House, and unlike those of other generations, she was an Inkman and not a human. But even so, Bo Qing and Mo Yao had fallen in love with each other at first sight. Bo Qing might not have entered Northern Plains, but Mo Yao went to Northern Plains, even entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Could Mo Yao be involved in the plan of destroying 88 Truyong Building? Fairy Bai Qing knew the reason that Mo Yao risked entering Imperial Court Blessed Land was to help her husband, Bo Qing, pass his tribulation. Back then, the peak rank 8 Bo Qing was about to face tribulation to break through to the rank 9 level. Such a huge event had not only attracted the attention of Central Continent, but also the other 4 regions. Unfortunately, at the end, Bo Qing died, perishing in the terrifying tribulation, and Mo Yao also perished with him. In fact, all the Gu immortals of Central Continent knew of this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard of this many times in the past. But now, as she recalled, she got a different feeling, as if they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao, even in death. She had died together with her husband. Both had not let each other down. They were a couple who were greatly in love with each other and had died worthy deaths. Fairy Bai Qing repeatedly investigated and racked her brains, but was not able to make much progress. She discovered some clues in the records of the sect, all pointing towards the same place, the source of the falling heavenly river. As there was no breakthrough in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing decisively moved towards falling heavenly river to search for more clues. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing had perished in the past. Spirit Affinity House was quite far away from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would take up to a year to reach there. She naturally would not do so and had already made sufficient preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formations constantly on the way to transport her. In one use, she could travel over 100,000 li, saving a large amount of time. She did not directly move towards the direction of the source of falling heavenly river, instead moving towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In the range of Myriad Dragon Dock's force, she used their transportation Gu formations to speed up her journey. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals, and although she paid a high price, she was able to further save a large amount of time. She moved smoothly towards falling heavenly river. After Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into the territory of Combat Immortal Sect. Just like before, she used their transportation Gu formations to speed up her journey. A day and a night later, the fatigued Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. In front of her was an enormous waterfall that fell from an endless height. A boundless expanse of water heavily crashed at the riverbed. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. Why was it called Falling Heavenly River? Falling Heavenly River, a giant river that fell from the heavens. Compared to this enormous river, Fairy Bai Qing was minute like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had already seen Falling Heavenly River when she had traveled with Feng Jiugu in the past. Right now, as she looked at this enormous river again, she could not avoid thinking about Feng Jiugu, feeling distressed. She still remembered what Feng Jiugu said to her at that time. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Jiugu had confidently told Fairy Bai Qing that there were 2 opinions about this. One was that falling heavenly river itself was a form of calamity or tribulation, while the second said that when Bo Qing had resisted his tribulation, his sword light was so sharp that it instantly pierced through white heaven to black heaven. And Bo Qing had faced his tribulation during daytime. Thus this sword light had pierced a huge hole in white heaven, continuing on to black heaven, where it formed a small hole in the bottom layer of black heaven. It just so happened that above these 2 holes was a majestic heavenly river. The heavenly river followed the path between these 2 holes and crashed down to Central Continent, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river surged and opened a path, forming the first river that traversed through Central Continent's mainland. Fairy Bai Qing had asked, which was more reasonable between these 2 opinions. Feng Jiugu had answered with a smile, I am also not too sure, but the second opinion can explain the change in the water flow. During daytime, the falling heavenly river flows with extremely strong momentum. Even rank 8 Gu immortals are unable to resist this momentum. And during night, the flow of falling heavenly river slows down to the extent rank 7 Gu immortals can just barely resist it. Nature's might was boundless and peerless. Even Gu immortals appeared insignificant when compared to it. Ending her recollection, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze focused. She had borrowed many water path immortal goo for this trip, to help her enter falling heavenly river. However, it was clearly impossible to do that during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 goo immortal. Her only opportunity was to enter during night and search for clues. It was still daytime right now. Fairy Bai Qing reduced her speed and slowly neared falling heavenly river. She intended to wait for nightfall before she entered the riverbed. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. Red streaks of colors overlapped in the horizon, and the radiance of the setting sun shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looking at the distant falling heavenly river with astonishment. Roar! Water gurgled as a giant beast stretched out its head from under the river, revealing the tips of its horns. This was an enormous bull head. The horns were curved. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing was pale as she recognized this fierce beast's identity. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Besides the majestic waterfall, there were also large amounts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts living inside. The myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast and one of the overlords that lived at the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Doesn't it normally stay at the riverbed and patrol its territory? Why has it suddenly come out of the river? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, but she quickly retreated, maintaining some distance with this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this giant bull. Moreover, her main objective here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing was cautious while sighing at her bad luck. With the myriad eyes clear bull's appearance, she had an ominous feeling. Right as she was about to distance herself further from the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly came out from the riverbed. Like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This sturdy and tough immemorial desolate beast was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Endless blood and internal organs splattered out, dyeing the nearby river blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing was able to react, another sword light flew out, slashing at the riverbank. The next moment, a long gash was slashed open on the ground like it was a delicate tofu, and large amounts of water flowed towards the space rapidly. The river water overflowed. All of the surroundings were covered with water. Fairy Bai Qing was extremely shocked. What was going on? What was this situation? The sword light had such power that its terrifying might had reached an extreme. The immemorial desolate beast had been cut down as easily as a vegetable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from below the falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights flew everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river before rapidly disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's sight. Swords traverse central continent. Central continent, Centipede Valley. A terrifying chase was happening in the narrow ravine on the mountain road. Quickly run, quickly run. A mini-man laid down on Hong Yi's head as it shouted anxiously. It hurts, it hurts. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi screamed in pain. The mini-man did not pay attention to what he said. It subconsciously grabbed onto Hong Yi's hair and turned back to look. Damn it! It is already here, quickly leave, if you are not fast enough, we will be eaten by it. The mini-man called out frantically. I also want to move faster. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to use his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low at only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was already very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some lucky opportunities and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. But in this current moment of danger, rank 2 upper stage cultivation level was useless against the wild rank 5 golden horn centipede chasing behind him. This centipede had a huge body. It was like a large python. It had a sharp horn on its head. When it moved on the ground, its hundreds of legs stomped, its body twisted as it moved rapidly. We're finished. It is already right behind you. The mini-man was pale from shock. It was terror-stricken. I'll risk it. Hong Yi could also feel the golden horn centipede getting closer. The hair over his body was standing on end from fear. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had only obtained it recently. He had not practiced with it for long enough. When he used it, the success rate and failure rate was 50% each. Killer moves required at least 2 goo worms to activate. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the steps involved, and the greater difficulty in activating it, but the power of the move also normally increased. Hong Yi's new movement killer move was formed by nearly 10 mortal goo. It was not comparable to a goo immortal, but for goo masters this was a relatively huge number of goo. Killer moves were not so easy to practice. When the activation of the killer move fails, the goo master or the goo worms might receive damage. Thus, normally, Hong Yi was very careful every time he practiced this killer move. But at this time, his life was in critical danger, he could not care anymore. His original speed was not enough for him to break free from the golden horn centipede. He was sure to die. Right now, there was only one way left, he had to risk it. Activate, I must succeed, Hong Yi screamed in his mind. But wishes were wonderful, reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required intense concentration. Some killer moves needed special environments and could not be disturbed. Fang Yuan could easily use his killer moves because he had a huge amount of experience in the 500 years of his previous life, but Hong Yi was a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. He had to pay attention to the path in front of him as the mountain was full of rocks and pitfalls. He was running rapidly. If he fell, his life would be over. On the other hand, Hong Yi was chased by the golden horn centipede. The intense commotion behind him was ringing in his ears. He was engulfed in the aura of death. How could Hong Yi be unaffected by it? Under this situation, those who could remain calm and absolutely focused were experienced experts who had already undergone countless battles and had disregarded the fear of death. Hong Yi could reach this stage eventually, but he was too young now. It's catching up. It's catching up. The mini-man on top of his head screamed in fear as it looked at the golden horn centipede, shortening the gap between them with a fierce demeanor. The centipede was heavy and had a huge body. It had hundreds of legs and a huge mouth. Saliva splattered everywhere as it bit at Hong Yi. The mini-man screamed tragically. It shut its eyes in fear. Even though it had wings, they were broken already. It could not fly. It had succeeded in stealing the rank 5 goo material 100 flower dew during this exploration into the cave. But there was a price to pay for this. It had attracted the animosity of the golden horn centipede which was guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could only escape with Hong Yi, trying to get away using his superior speed. However, the mini-man did not feel any pain. It opened its eyes, showing disbelief. For some reason, Hong Yi had escaped from the golden horn centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horn centipede chased them again. The mini-man was scared, but it could see clearly now. The reason was, whenever the golden horn centipede tried to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head first. This action would cause its head to go dozens of meters above the ground. Half of its body would be elevated from the ground as well before it landed heavily. When the centipede raised its head, many of its legs would leave the ground, its speed would fall. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running without lowering his speed. Thus, Hong Yi could evade the golden horn centipede every time it attacked. This fool! The mini-man laughed heartily. It felt an intense joy in escaping from mortal danger. Man is the spirit of all beings. Wild goo worms had limited intelligence. Their movements were decided by instincts. I was kind enough to escape with you, but you call me a fool. Hong Yi was displeased. I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden horn centipede, you fool. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi was still nursing displeasure. You were the fool. I said the centipede was sleeping. You should not have been afraid and simply should have stolen the 100 flower dew and escaped, but you had to scream for no reason. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up. Guilt flashed across its eyes as it showed an embarrassed expression. It wanted to rebuke him, but at the next moment, its eyes opened wide in shock. It turned out the golden horn centipede behind saw that it could not bite Hong Yi. It changed its attack method, using its golden horn. Of course, it had not become smarter. The reason was, during its long life, the golden horn centipede had encountered some large prey that it could not swallow. In that situation, the golden horn centipede would use its horn to slice the prey up into pieces. Opening its mouth to bite was the golden horn centipede's instinct. Using the golden horn was also an instinct. The golden horn centipede pounced harshly, lowering its head and stabbing its horn forward, soon approaching Hong Yi's butt. This was unavoidable because of its size. Fool, run! The mini-ant saw this dangerous situation and shuddered in fear. It could not even grab onto the hair firmly. You still are calling me a fool? Oh. Hongi shouted, but suddenly his pitch became higher, like a rooster who was grabbed by the neck. There was shock, unpreparedness, and intense pain in his voice. The golden horn had already stabbed into Hong Yi's buttocks. The mini-man was full of despair. It thought that this was it. But at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a huge amount. He shot out like a cannonball. The reason was, when he was screaming, the intense pain gave him a moment of inspiration and he successfully used the killer move in an instant. Hong Yi escaped as a result. Bleeding, you are bleeding. The mini-man screamed loudly to Hong Yi. It turned out that the golden horn centipede had already stabbed Hong Yi's buttocks. But because Hong Yi burst out in an instant, the two sides had been separated by a distance again. It was as if a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's buttocks. The wound was unstopped and started bleeding. My butt hurts. Ah, it's so painful. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with an intense thought. He subconsciously grabbed his butt, applying pressure on the wound. However, naturally, because he was feeling pain from his injury, his mind was distracted again. The killer move that he had activated earlier fell apart, and his speed dropped again. But the golden horn centipede was still chasing him. The golden horn stabbed into his other butt cheek. Ah! Hong Yi screamed again. But the same thing happened again. The powerful attack, the sudden pain, Hong Yi's focus reached another peak. He used the killer move again. He sprinted again. You're bleeding, you're bleeding. The mini-man screamed. There was no choice. The two wounds were very deep. Because of Hong Yi's intense movement, it was no wonder that blood spewed out. Hong Yi grabbed his buttocks as the golden horn centipede chased relentlessly. He was in such a helpless situation. Oh no! My primeval essence is running out. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression paled. Goo Masters had little primeval essence in the first place. It was easily used up. Activating killer moves meant using many goo worms. The expenditure was great. After running for such a long time, Hong Yi reached his limits. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a desperate situation. There was no way to live. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. I am so small. I have little meat. Eat him, eat that fool. The mini-man was muttering senselessly while grabbing Hong Yi's hair. At this moment, Hong Yi was feeling empty inside. He did not bother to respond to this mini-man. But suddenly, sword light that shook the world flashed. In an instant, the world turned white, everything turned silent. The sudden change did not make Hong Yi stop running. He kept running for a while before he realized something amiss. Looking back, he was shocked. The rank 5 golden horn centipede goo was no longer present. It had vanished completely. Along with it, half of Centipede Valley had vanished. What was in front of him was a huge and deep trench. The sides of the trench were extremely smooth, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was lost for words. He could not believe it. Just that sword light. The mini-man was completely stunned. Central continent, East Coast. Waves crashed, rumbling non-stop. Frost energy oozed out in the surrounding area. Youngsters, we are here. This is Profound Ice Island, the place where Flying Frost Sect is located. This will be where you live from now on, the place where you change your destiny. The leading goo master pointed at the ice island and proudly introduced this. The youngsters raised their heads, looking forward. Some had shining eyes, some were extremely excited. Even though Flying Frost Sect did not have any goo immortals and was not a super force within a huge surrounding area, it was the supreme overlord. The only force that could contest it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, when the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for participation. Because of this, the reputation of Flying Frost Sect had spread widely. This time, the children here have the highest aptitude for the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. Nurture them well. They will make us stronger. The leading goo master saw these children and felt very excited. The leading goo master said loudly, "Youngsters, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you." Swoosh! At this time, sword light flashed. Everyone was blinded momentarily. They all shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes, everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths and were still like statues with exaggerated expressions. The huge, profound ice island was gone. In its place, there was a deep trench that appeared in their vision. Even the sea water was split apart. On the surface of the sea, a path of 5 to 6 li in length had been completely emptied of water. The lingering sword path Dao marks were extremely overbearing, blocking the water path Dao marks and preventing the water from filling up the gap. At once, a weird but domineering scene was formed. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood below Heaven Overseeing Tower shakily. His other hand was holding Fate Goo. His old wrinkled hand was gently rubbing Fate Goo. This time, Fate Goo was successfully repaired to a great extent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely excited and happy. The ones who had repaired it with him, Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Zhoushang, and Bai Chun Tian had already left Heavenly Court, going to the mortal world. The Gu Immortals in Heavenly Court mostly used sleeping as their lifespan extension method. After waking up, they had to make good use of their time, going to their sects and settling some private matters, or to take care of their blood-related descendants in the sect. Heavenly Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But at the same time, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were also chosen from the 10 great ancient sects. In the structure of sects, Heavenly Court was like the upper-level sect, and the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sections. Not all Gu Immortals had the chance to join Heavenly Court. Other than having deep attainment in their paths, great battle strength and reaching rank 8 cultivation level, there was also additional important criteria to join Heavenly Court. That was their values. Heavenly Court. What was Heavenly Court? Star constellation Immortal Venerable had described it 3 million years ago. It was following the will of heaven and upholding justice for heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu can use half of its might. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, we can find more people who escaped from fate. Eliminating these people will help in repairing Fate Gu. This can allow more people to be found and result in a beneficial cycle. As long as this progresses, Heaven Overseeing Tower will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with anticipation. He was about to step into Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot over like a flash of lightning. In no time it sliced through Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was opened wide, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His body was extremely stiff. He saw that the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilted and crashed onto the jade floor. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being stunned momentarily, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord screamed loudly. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the tranquil river surface, her face pale with lingering fear. When the sword lights rampaged, she was nearest to the source and had personally witnessed this heaven-shaking scene. Right now, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large quantities of mutilated body parts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts bobbed up and down in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was now dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the heavens, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts lived within and propagated, large numbers of aquatic plants grew within, and there were also countless hidden currents, whirlpools, and other natural traps which even a Gu Immortal could die from. Fairy Bai Qing waited for some moments. No more sword lights appeared. She ran to the river and picked up the corpses of the beasts, and the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. She had truly earned a fortune. The fortune was so huge even she could not help being joyous. But the happiness did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts began to show up. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see some faint images of ancient desolate beasts through the river water. These beasts' ferocity was stimulated by the bloodied water. The flesh and bones cut apart by the sword light were excellent delicacies to these beasts. More and more beasts were attracted over by the blood and flesh, leading to a fierce battle. They tore at each other as they battled for food, raising frightening waves. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. Over half the original quantity of corpses remained. She looked at them with much regret. These were all excellent Gu refinement materials. The sword lights shot out so suddenly. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I enter to explore and find the reasons or not? Fairy Bai Qing was held back by the thought of Feng Jin Huang. Thus she hesitated. However, she had a feeling that Bo Qing's clues should be in the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, turning into a white light, shooting straight into falling heavenly river. From falling heavenly river's source, unrivaled sword lights had shot out everywhere, their range covering the whole of Central Continent. Whether it was the Centipede Valley in Central Continent's central region, or Flying Frost Sect in the east, or even Heavenly Court which was high above, they were all affected by the sword lights. The whole of Central Continent was in a commotion. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hand moved without stopping. He had immediately started restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower when he had gotten out of his shocked state. He had already sent a message to Bai Chun Tian, Bai Zhang Shui and Lian Jiusheng, urgently recalling them. Right now, they were already on their way. The damage created by the sword light was extremely troublesome. Its sword path down marks seemed to contain a corrosive nature. The remaining parts of Heaven Overseeing Tower might be standing upright, but it would not last for long. If the sword path down marks were left to continue corroding, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous damage. We succeeded in our last attempt at restoring Fate Immortal Goo, but when I was just about to use it, Heaven Overseeing Tower was split apart. Is this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chun Tian was the first to return. Then Bai Zhang Shui and finally Lian Jiusheng arrived. Lian Jiusheng had stopped partway through but was thus able to bring concrete information. I have investigated it. The sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. Right now, the whole of Central Continent is in a ruckus. Falling heavenly river source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Zhang Shui exclaimed in shock. Speaking of Bo Qing, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals had complicated feelings on him. Back then, it was not that they did not try to recruit Bo Qing, but unfortunately, Bo Qing's ideals did not conform to theirs, and he did not join Heavenly Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was dark. Investigate. We must investigate this clearly. Fairy Zhang Shui, you are specialized in water path. I will have to trouble you to make a trip. The 3 of us will stay here to restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. For some reason, I am having a very bad feeling about this. The other 3 immortals' expressions turned serious. Bai Chun Tian spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you are in charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Goo. If you are uneasy, we cannot disregard it. We need to move quickly. Central Continent. Combat Immortal Sect. Falling Heavenly River's source has changed all of a sudden. I suspect Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yang, you will go to investigate the truth. You can bring 2 rank 6 Goo immortals. Choose whoever you want. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in mid-air. Goo Immortal Jin Lai Yang was sitting within fire. He was tall and well-built, with golden hair and fiery eyes, and a vigorous rank 7 aura. Hearing what was said, he instead snorted, not giving any face to the first Supreme Elder. You should go find Shirley for this matter. He is the Immortal Monkey King, with Feng Jiugu no longer alive. He is now the strongest among Central Continent's rank 7 Goo immortals. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Lai Yang, Shirley might be strong, but he is not the only person in Combat Immortal Sect. He has already made more than enough contributions in the exploration of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be that you want him to make more contributions? An idea came to Jin Lai Yang and he suddenly became convinced. He leaped out of the fire and cupped his fists. Heh! First Supreme Elder is correct. I had thought of growing another 17 or 18 fire path Dao marks. But since that is the case, I will immediately move out. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of seclusion? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming immediately greeted the person in front of him with great joy. This person was clothed in a white robe and was wearing a jade belt. He was tall and thin. Elegance and harmoniousness seemed to be expressed in him. He smiled and nodded. I came out because of the change in falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. I have been asked to go investigate the truth of falling Heavenly River. Please lend me a hand. Hong Chi Ming took a deep breath and said sincerely, "First senior brother, you are treating me like an outsider. Back then, were it not for your help, I would not be around today. I will offer my full efforts." Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. Should we send someone to investigate the strange change in falling heavenly river source? First Supreme Elder was not present, so the discussion hall was managed by Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder, you may not be aware, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling heavenly river's source a few days ago. Li Junying's will spoke. Oh? Did she discover some clues? A Gu Immortal unavoidably recalled the matters discussed. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has peak rank 6 cultivation. It is not enough to cope with this situation. But the sect is limited on available personnel right now. Who should I send to reinforce Bai Qing at this time? Su Haoswell laughed. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing has actually already advanced to rank 7. It is just that she concealed it and did not report it. Oh? Is that the case? I remember there was still some time before the tribulation for her advancement to rank 7. Su Hao calmly replied, "This matter has been confirmed." Before Feng Jiugu left for Northern Plains, he borrowed Time Path Immortal Gu to secretly help Fairy Bai Qing advance her cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder mumbled before saying, "Fairy Bai Qing advancing to rank 7 is a blessing for our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, she shall be rewarded heavily. Also, open the storage and let her choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for this matter of falling heavenly river, there's no need to send reinforcements anymore, just message her regarding the sect's intentions." "Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's command." Tianti Mountain. The sword light, Bo Qing, the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Maybe this is the appearance of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Immortal Jian Yishang gazed into the horizon with excitement and yearning. Such a huge change. Falling heavenly river will definitely be a gathering point for Gu Immortals. Maybe there will be an opportunity to fish for profits in this commotion. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are strong and can eat the meat, but I should be able to drink some soup, right? As he thought of this, Jian Yisheng hardened his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain towards the northwest. Whether it was the righteous path led by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the demonic path or lone cultivators like Jian Yisheng, they all started making their moves. Countless gazes pierced through space and gathered at the source of falling heavenly river. Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable at the pinnacle below the venerables, this reputation that had been covered in dust resurfaced once again. The countless sword lights that wreaked havoc throughout the whole of Central Continent reminded the world of Bo Qing's power. A rumor, who knows from where, started spreading and kept on getting bigger, affecting everyone's mental states. The sword lights are the arrangements left behind by Bo Qing before he perished. He is reminding the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, and although he perished, he did not want his true inheritance to be obtained by the wrong person. He is using this chance to select the most suitable inheritor. Thereafter, the shock created from the sword light's might gradually turned into greed and desire. Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was in a commotion. Countless Gu Immortals, even the hidden old monsters, started to move towards falling heavenly river. A commotion occurred in Central Continent. A huge dispute that covered the whole of Central Continent was going to unfold at falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm and tranquil. The trees swayed in the lush green hills. On a mountain peak in a stone pavilion, Old Man Yenshur was sitting inside the pavilion, playing chess. A giant rock was in front of him. On the smooth surface of the rock were star path Dao marks that formed either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts, forming a dazzling diagram. Below Old Man Yenshur was actually the famous astrolabe chessboard from history. A figure descended down from the sky, and the stone pavilion instantly filled with cold air. "Why did you call me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at the back of Old Man Yenshur. Old Man Yenshur slowly turned around and faced Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued to speak in an icy tone. "Although you helped me in becoming a Gu Immortal, I am not a subordinate of yours who is at your beck and call." Old Man Yenshur smiled, speaking softly. "Do you know that Fang Yuan will be returning?" Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's gaze turned bright, he then squinted, hiding the sharp light in his eyes. With a cold snort he said, "Explain it clearly." Looking at old man Yanshi, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he had advanced to go immortal, while in the process conveniently getting rid of his female body which had been troubling him for a long time, he thoroughly realized how unfathomable old man Yanshi was. Bai Ningbing's nature was to be indifferent, but his firm attitude towards old man Yanshi was only a type of probe. Even his strong desire of wanting to fight Fang Yuan and take vicious revenge was also a disguise for himself as well as a probe towards old man Yanshi. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Being at the Gu Immortal level had broadened his horizons. He saw many more things and experienced many more wonders. What he minded was old man Yanshi in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but Shadow Sect was still deeply concealed, not revealing a trace. He did not know why old man Yanshi was helping him, but at the same time he was also discontent at being controlled like this. He had thought of walking away from all of this, but Shadow Sect had spent so much effort on him, they certainly would not let him leave easily. In addition, Bai Ningbing cared about excitement and brilliance more than his own life. When the enemy was stronger, the process was dangerous, resistance became more difficult, it instead made him feel like he had not lived in vain, taking it as a pleasure of life. Competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy was endless. There was one thing that Bai Ningbing had never done in his life, that was retreating in the face of danger. Facing Bai Ningbing's query, old man Yanshi leisurely took out an immortal gu and said, "You only need to do as I say and I can guarantee Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with coldness. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts clearly. But in the past, when I was advancing to Gu Immortal and I asked you the same question, you said you did not know." Old man Yanshi chuckled. He did not respond to Bai Ningbing's query, instead continuing, "To the south of Name Peak, east of Liqiu, not far away from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountain is tall and there is a long river that passes by it. The trees on the mountain are green and lush. It is a lone mountain with no other branch peaks. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this gu. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any gu immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent." Bai Ningbing did not accept this immortal gu, his eyes still staring at old man Yanshi as he coldly said, "You still haven't answered my question. I don't need to answer your question. You only need to know that when this is done, Fang Yuan will return. Back then, you signed an agreement with Shadow Sect. Wasn't the agreement that only after Fang Yuan is dead, you can be free from the agreement and regain your freedom?" Old man Yanshi smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, before taking the immortal gu. He then gave a cold snort and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. He made haste when traveling. 2 days later, he found the mountain old man Yanshi spoke of. "This mountain is ordinary and there is nothing strange. Why did he choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses, even thinking of the possibility that old man Yanshi was trying to harm him. "But he has spent a huge price to raise me to go immortal. Why would he kill me now?" "The chance of this is very low." Bai Ningbing shook his head. There was another uncertainty which he had for a long time. Why did old man Yanshi help me to become a gu immortal? Among so many people, why did he choose me? Is it simply because of my northern dark ice soul physique? Previously, Bai Ningbing had such thoughts, but now he was increasingly feeling the truth was not as simple as that. Bai Ningbing started to carefully investigate this nameless mountain peak, but he did not find any traces of gu formations. He was filled with doubts and hesitation. If this was truly a trap, then he would be stupidly sending himself to death. Wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. Old man Yanshi would not make me come here in particular and activate immortal gu for no reason. His motive is veiled in mystery, but there is no time limit. I might as well delay and probe him. If the matter was urgent, old man Yanshi would be very anxious and naturally would urge him. At that time, with the immortal gu, Bai Ningbing could obtain the initiative. Bai Ningbing bided his time and made no move. Sure enough, someone on Shadow Sect's side became anxious. A black-robed gu immortal appeared inside the stone pavilion and spoke with a rough voice. "Yanshi, Bai Ningbing has already gone for close to half a month, but there has been no word or action from him. Could it be that he ran away with the gu, or maybe encountered a problem?" Old Man Yen sure was at ease, looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to before, when Bai Ningbing had appeared, the numerous and disorderly lines had already reduced by a little less than half. Old Man Yen sure was pinching his fingers as he tried to deduce the chess moves, while saying to the black-robed Gu Immortal, Bai Ningbing is still there, just not making a move. He already had doubts that this trip is harmful to him, so it is normal for him to have this reaction. The black-robed Gu Immortal could not help but speak urgently when he saw the leisurely attitude of Old Man Yen sure, but we can no longer delay the matter in Central Continent. Now, not just the Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but even a lot of lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered to explore the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Vice Envoy Blue and the others can only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Heavenly Court will realize this is an arrangement and it might disrupt our true plan. Old Man Yen sure nodded, agreeing. What you say makes sense. In fact, the present state has already diverged from the original plan. The progress is really too slow. How about you send a letter to urge Bai Ningbing to make a move quickly? If he doesn't submit, we can take away his immortal level and make him fall down back to immortal. He became a Gu Immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need for us to continue letting him be so arrogant. We can take action first and remove his Gu Immortal strength, making him immortal again, restoring his female body. Such a junior with his head high above the clouds, if we don't make him know his place, we won't be able to use him. The black-robed Gu Immortal suggested. He. Why do you think I am using him? Old Man Yen sure chuckled. He lightly flicked his wide sleeve. Immediately, a star mark was removed from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan was to see the sight, he would definitely be very shocked. Doing this with such ease, Old Man Yen sure's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu Immortal was wearing a large hood that covered his expression, but his tone was filled with heavy doubts. Yen sure, didn't you choose Bai Ningbing because you saw his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, that is not the case. Old Man Yen sure laughed. This is only what makes him special on the surface. His true special characteristic is that he is also someone who has escaped fate. What? He is also one. The black-robed Gu Immortal was shocked. Old Man Yen sure explained further. Our crucial plan has been devised for 100,000 years. Our true enemy is not the Central Continent's Heavenly Court, or the other 4 regions, but heaven. So I am handing this final crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is an escapee of fate from a certain perspective. He could be said to have escaped the grasp of heaven's will as well. Only this kind of person is qualified to become our pawn. So it was like that. The black-robed Gu Immortal came to a realization and had no more doubts. Old Man Yen sure continued. Bai Ningbing is a fate escapee. Heaven's will is unable to control him completely, making him a potent weapon for us. We will first let him spearhead the attack, and what we will do is build up our energy using all of our strength to cope with the fury of Heaven's will. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not contact him and let him move freely. But you can rest assured, with his nature, he will not wait for much longer. Since that is the case, then I will continue sleeping. The black-robed Gu Immortal cupped his fists and took his leave. Bai Ningbing waited another 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, occasionally looking at the direction of Old Man Yen sure's stone pavilion. So many days have passed by, but Old Man Yen sure has not urged me yet. It seems he is not in a hurry about this matter. That makes sense. If he was hurried, he would emphasize the time limit for completing the task when he handed it to me. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel somewhat dejected. The probing just now was undoubtedly a failure. He looked at the mountain below him and pondered. I have checked this mountain time and time again over these last days, but I could not find traces of any Gu formations. Sigh. If this is as truly harmful to me, I can only admit defeat. I could not find out anything. I can only blame my inadequate ability. Bai Ningbing sighed and hovered in the air, looking at this ordinary mountain. Go! With a shift of his mind, his immortal essence started to be consumed as he activated the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu let out some radiance, but it still lay on his palm, showing no movement. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. So this immortal goo requires a lot of immortal essence. He continued to send beads of green grape immortal essence to it. The radiance of the immortal goo grew brighter and brighter, and the exquisite body of the immortal goo started to slightly tremble. After a while, Bai Ningbing's forehead was dripping with sweat and he was feeling worried. I have already used up hundreds of beads of immortal essence, why does it still not activating? So the difficulty in this task was in this. Just when he was getting very puzzled, the immortal goo in his hand suddenly buzzed. It turned into a ray of light that shot towards the sky. The light continued to grow bigger. Its speed, however, was becoming slower. When it reached a peak in height, it charged down to the nameless mountain. Boom! It crashed onto the mountain peak. The clash produced incomparably dazzling radiance. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. He no longer needed to use his immortal essence. But whether the immortal goo succeeded in its activation, he still needed to check to be certain. Thus, he flew to a distance of 5 li away before stopping in the air. He then saw an unbelievable and marvelous scene. Within the intense radiance, the nameless mountain peak suffered no damage. Phantom images started to appear over the woods on the mountain. This was a section of a long river. The river water billowed, rising and falling, filled with a mystical and natural wondrousness that would be difficult to portray. There was endless profundity that could not be described with words or expressed. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's eyes suddenly enlarged, filled with extreme surprise. Afterwards, he saw the river of time's phantom image gradually dissipate, becoming dimmer and dimmer. 2 human-shaped figures seemed to jump out of the river, their appearances and clothes gradually becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides exchanged moves one after the other. The battle's intensity shocked Bai Ningbing to the core. Among them, one was enormous with bulging muscles. He was like a mythical creature that rampaged around with an extremely fierce momentum. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. The other person was rank 7. But he seemed to be using a killer move to disguise himself. His whole body was covered in a layer of fog that made others unable to distinguish his face or stature. The only thing that could be clearly seen was a red lotus that was drawn on his forehead. The battle between the 2 shook the scenery in the image, boulders shattered, and the river roared. Even if the change in the phantom image did not affect reality, it was an extremely moving scene. The battle gradually heated to the climax. The burly rank 8 goo immortal held the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed wildly. I have rank 8 cultivation and also possess the great strength true martial physique. A mere rank 7 dreams of challenging me? That mysterious goo immortal with a red lotus mark on his forehead chuckled and said with a plain voice, Martial duel heavenly king, your defeat is certain. Take this move. Right after he finished speaking, the rank 7 goo immortal flung his right hand and a high platform flew out. The next moment, the contempt on the face of the rank 8 goo immortal, martial duel heavenly king, was completely gone, replaced by shock. This is an immortal goo house. What immortal goo house is this? The rank 7 goo immortal proudly smiled. Let me teach you. This is my original creation, graceful chaotic duel stage. Graceful chaotic duel stage? Bai Ningbing frowned. As far as he knew, the present southern border goo immortal world did not have any such immortal goo house. Graceful chaotic duel stages was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attacks martial duel heavenly king sent, they were all absorbed and sealed. That was not all. After the attacks were sealed, they could still be used by the rank 7 goo immortal to strike back. Martial duel heavenly king's attacks were mighty, but in the end, he had to bear most of his attacks himself. The images transformed continuously, and the battle situation kept on getting more heated. Finally, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal won against martial duel heavenly king, accomplishing an extraordinary feat of rank 7 defeating rank 8. However, the rank 7 goo immortal also had to pay a heavy price. As a final stand, martial duel heavenly king did not hesitate to turn into a rank 8 immortal zombie, almost possessing an unkillable body. The mysterious rank 7 goo immortal was not able to take his life and could only let go of this graceful chaotic duel stage, using it to suppress martial duel heavenly king deep under the earth. To win against martial duel heavenly king, the unknown rank 7 goo immortal had to give up an immortal goo house. After the battle was over, He sighed as he gazed down at his immortal goo house that was under the earth before flying away. There were no more images of the goo immortals, but the phantom image still kept on transforming. The battlefield where the goo immortals fought returned to tranquility. With good weather, grass and trees started to grow. Then there were lightning strikes and flood. Meteors crashed down and inferno raged. The plain terrain gradually began to rise, growing slowly. At first, it was a mound, then it continued to increase until it became a mountain. There were occasionally scenes of humans moving in the mountain. The movements were extremely quick. Whether it was natural phenomenon or the movements of humans and beasts, they were shown like a sped-up video. This mountain also began to change rapidly. It occasionally had landslides and occasionally changed in shape. Finally, in the phantom image, this mountain gradually turned into the appearance of the nameless mountain. When the phantom image had completely disappeared, the world regained its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone strangely. He understood that the immortal goo old man Yen Shi gave him was a time path investigative immortal goo. It drilled into the crevices of time and transported the scene of the past at a certain segment of the river of time towards the present. The scene of a huge battle between the two goo immortals was now this ordinary and inconspicuous mountain. This means there is an immortal goo house buried here. Bai Ningbing fixed his gaze under the mountain, his heart thumping in excitement. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered superforces. But even among these superforces, only the powerful ones could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can get hold of this graceful chaotic dual stage, it will definitely be a huge help to me, and I can more easily deal with Shadow Sect and leave. But this is bad. The immortal goo's aura has leaked everywhere. The disturbance when I activated the immortal goo was also not small. It will definitely attract other goo immortals. Time does not wait for anyone. I must hurry up. Bai Ningbing had just thought of flying down, piercing deep into the earth and taking the immortal goo house, when he hesitated. He thought of old man Yen Shi. If he went down, would it be messing up old man Yen Shi's plan? Maybe old man Yen Shi already calculated his reaction and wanted him to go deep into the earth, explore the depths of the earth and take graceful chaotic dual stage. If it is like this, he must have something up his sleeve. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I blindly move, all my efforts will be in vain and I will be used by others. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to first probe the surrounding environment before deciding to move. However, what he had not expected was when he had just approached the nameless mountain by some distance, he felt an intense weakness. His goo immortal aura started to quickly weaken. He could not even exert his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. He recalled old man Yen Shi's words. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ningbing thought with a frown. Could this be the forbidden zone for immortals? If this had truly become a forbidden zone, then how could he seize graceful chaotic dual stage? At this moment, the phantom image on the mountain peak changed again, turning into the previous scenes. Bai Ningbing patiently observed, and could not help having a thought. Could it be that there was a clue to take the immortal goo house hidden in the transformations of these phantom images? However, after the phantom image finished showing the scenes, it disappeared again. Bai Ningbing was not able to find out any clues. He then discovered the phantom image would reappear once in a while. Every time the phantom image played, it would show the same contents with no difference. He also discovered the forbidden zone was expanding. At first, he could still approach within 3 li of the nameless mountain. Now, however, he was 10 li away from the mountain peak, but still felt exhausted and weak. He had a sense of warning deep within telling him that were he to forcefully charge in, he would definitely die. Looking at the huge fortune moving farther and farther away from him, Bai Ningbing was naturally uneasy. He had stayed here for 3 days, trying to hide this constantly appearing phantom image. He had already erased the immortal goo aura, but he was not able to hide these images. Although old man Yen Shi helped him ascend to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon in front of him was created by a time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing naturally could not cover it using mortal goo. Of course, if he used superior mortal killer moves, there was a possibility of covering the images temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such methods. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? In the worrisome moment, Bai Ningbing recalled Fang Yuan's image. Despite him no longer being concerned with Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had made a deep impression and subconsciously influenced him. He thought and thought before he stopped in terror. He suddenly realized this immortal goo was given by old man Yen Shi. This should be a plan of Shadow Sect. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They did not try to seize graceful chaotic dual stage secretly and silently earn a fortune. Instead they were proclaiming this as if they wanted the whole world to know. Involving an ancient battle and the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage. Probably the whole of southern border will be in an uproar. Be it righteous path goo immortals or demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy for it. None of them would yield a step for the immortal goo house. This will definitely cause great turbulence and incite bloodshed. Is Shadow Sect's objective to bring a calamity to southern border? But how would this benefit them? Bai Ningbing fiercely slapped his forehead as his anxious expression vanished, clarity returned to his gaze. What was I doing these last days? I actually let myself be blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of a storm in southern border, luring almost all the goo immortals of southern border. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal with limited methods. I can't stay here for long. I better leave early. Right, I should return and try to probe old man Yen Shi on what he is thinking of doing. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing hurriedly returned, but old man Yen Shi was no longer in the stone pavilion. He hurried to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but he was unable to summon the blessed land's entrance to appear. He also could not contact them using information path mortal goo. It was almost like the entirety of Shadow Sect, including old man Yen Shi, had completely disappeared in an instant. The wave of doubts in Bai Ningbing's mind intensified. There was a sensation of being discarded. He vaguely felt that the last series of events was anything but a reassuring omen. Central continent. Falling heavenly river. Right now, the bottom of the riverbed of the source of falling heavenly river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals of central continent fixed their gazes at the riverbed's only light source, their hearts filled with fervent desire. An immortal zombie with eyes closed was floating in this light. His appearance was just like before when he was alive, seemingly filled with vitality. Sharp brows, high nose, jade green hair, upright back, it was Bo Qing. Who could have thought Bo Qing would have turned into an immortal zombie? Back then, the Fairy of Spirit Affinity House at that time, Mo Yao, had also faced the tribulation with him. But there is only Bo Qing here. It seems Mo Yao had completely died. According to the sect records, that heavenly tribulation had such terrifying might that it shook the whole of central continent. It really is inconceivable that Bo Qing could preserve his life. How strong was he actually? The immortals discussed with each other. The corpse has been maintained for so long, who knows how many secrets it contains. As long as we can obtain it, we can decipher the profound mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation back then. Even if there is no sword path true inheritance, just this research alone would be an enormous gain. Maybe it can even add to a true inheritance in the sect. Most of these thoughts were from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They were looking at long-term prospects, considering for the situation of their sect. While the lone immortals and demonic cultivators like Jian Yi Sheng were paying attention to the immortal goo carried by the immortal zombie Bo Qing, there are still auras of so many immortal goo on his body. This is really unimaginable for them to exist until now. These are all sword path immortal goo of the pseudo-immortal venerable. I will be satisfied with even just one. Central continent's righteous path was very prosperous, and the demonic cultivators were fiercely suppressed, to the extent that their situation was the most miserable among the demonic cultivators in the entirety of the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any idea of taking Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and only wanted to make a profit and run away quickly. In fact, before this, in the process of entering falling heavenly river, almost all the immortals had made some gains. The remains of beasts and plants cut down by the sword lights were not few. As long as one looked for them carefully, they could find them. However, Bo Qing's assets was truly too attractive. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since they personally witnessing it, who would want to leave now? At this time, there were at least 30 goo immortals at the bottom of falling heavenly river's source. The immortals had heated gazes. They were staring at the light lump that enveloped the immortal zombie, Bo-Ching. They looked around secretly. They were very alert towards their competitors. Among these competitors, the strongest ones were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Lai-Yong, Hong Chi-Ming, Chi-Yun-Tian and others. And among the people from the 10 great ancient sects, the most threatening one was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing this stalemate, Chi-Yun-Tian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, this situation is very clear. Bo-Ching has his immortal zombie remains, but his soul was decimated by the tribulation. However, there are some wills and emotions left in his mind. He can defend himself. Thus, whenever we get close, he will use his immortal goo and shoot out extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his animosity, we need something that contains Bo-Ching's aura or a goo worm that he refined in the past. We can also use the wills and emotions left behind by Bo-Ching as long as we take these out. We can get close to Bo-Ching and gain the upper hand." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "Why would I have these things? If I did, I would have taken action long ago, right?" She indeed did not, because she had not expected to find Bo-Ching's immortal zombie body. Chi-Yun-Tian smiled lightly. "Fairy Bai Qing, why are you lying to us? You are the first person here. Why did you come here alone secretly? Is all this a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became more bitter. "You say I came here secretly, that is wrong. I had used the path through Myriad Dragon Dock and Combat Immortal Sect. I came here openly. What do you mean by secretly?" She had come to investigate Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Juji's last words. But she could not expose this truth. Spirit Affinity House needed to stall the information regarding Feng Juji's death as much as possible, so that they could have more time to prepare. Jin Lai-Yong frowned more deeply now. His voice became more shrill. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing hiding it from us? The current situation will only draw in more Gu immortals. As time passes, accidents might occur. We of the 10 great ancient sects should work together to jointly control situation in Central Continent. Otherwise, if those lone cultivators obtain Sword Immortal Bo-Ching's Sword Path Immortal Gu, Central Continent would undergo huge turbulence. Is your sect going to ignore Central Continent's well-being just for your own greed?" Chi-Yun-Tian's attitude was warm. He continued urging, "We of the 10 great ancient sects are of the same origin. We should work together and obtain immortal zombie Bo-Ching. I can represent Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance agreement with your sect. We will ensure you get your benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered internally. Jin Lai-Yong and Chi-Yun-Tian were working together to coerce and coax her. How could she not know that? She was secretly anxious. This had happened too suddenly, and Spirit Affinity House did not send Gu Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, facing these Immortals, she could not do much. No matter what Immortal Zombie Bo-Ching's situation was, it was very important to take back his body and Sword Path Immortal Gu for Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 sects knew this. Right now, in their opinion, Feng Jiugu was missing. He was likely dead. Spirit Affinity House was weakened now. They could not let them obtain this immortal zombie Bo-Ching. If they nurtured another Bo-Ching who was as strong as Feng Jiugu, what would the 9 sects do? The situation in Falling Heavenly River was extremely dangerous. Immortal zombie Bo-Ching's sword lights were extremely sharp. They shot through the entirety of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic and lone cultivators came because of it. They desired conflict. They wanted to obtain huge gains from it. As for the immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they want to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders a chance. But at the same time, the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were not united. Thus, the 9 sects were resisting Spirit Affinity House together. Fairy Bai Qing was thought to have possession of a crucial method. She could not explain her innocence now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a vast rank 8 aura surged. "All of the immortals stand back. We of Heavenly Court are taking charge." Everyone gasped. They looked at the source of the sound and saw a female immortal descending. It was the rank 8 Waterpath Gu immortal by Zhang Shui. The situation changed at once. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It had been rebuilt again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng felt the weight on their hearts easing. They sighed in relief. Ever since Heaven Overseeing Tower was slashed by the sword light, they had not rested. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding it further and destroying more goo worms, they had worked day and night to repair it without rest. They had finally succeeded. Thankfully, the three immortals rapidly replaced the destroyed goo worms using the huge amount of immortal materials in Heavenly Court storage, saving it in time. There was something important to note. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. It had incredible defense. Even though it was split in half by the sword light, what it truly lost was only the goo worms near the damage caused by the sword. In fact, Heaven Overseeing Tower was not gravely damaged. After looking at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a deep breath and supported himself on his walking stick as he held Fate Goo, walking towards the tower. Lien Jiushang could not help but ask, "Tower Lord, are you not going to rest? Why are you in a rush to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower?" "Thank you for your concern. It is all right." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, ever since the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had been having an ominous sensation. As time passed, this ominous sensation intensified. Even after seeing the repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower, he did not feel this ominous sensation going away. "Go!" He willed. In his hand, Fate Goo turned into a mystical light, entering the top of the tower towards the formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord moved his aged body as he slowly walked up the stairs. Every step he took expended rank 8 immortal essence. The tower walls were shining in bright light. They appeared to be in a mess and did not give any hints or advice. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not mind it. Fate Immortal Goo could only use half of its might. Half of the images displayed were blurry or dark. After walking for 60 steps, the image on the wall became clear. On the nameless peak of southern border, the scene was depicted vividly in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. In the image, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortals fight entered Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's vision. This old man frowned unconsciously. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. And this, on the mysterious rank 7 Goo Immortal's forehead, the red lotus mark was very bright red and striking. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with sharpness. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Heavenly Court and the damage he dealt to Fate Immortal Goo had tormented generations after generations of Heavenly Court Goo Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking deeply. Red Lotus True Inheritance, it has to be destroyed. No traces must be left behind. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is less of a concern, but that graceful chaotic duel stage should belong to Heavenly Court ideally. Even if Southern Border has the regional wall, Heavenly Court has to make an attempt now. Just that mystical immortal Goo House, graceful chaotic duel stage, was worth the intervention of Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals. Even though rank 8 Goo Immortals faced much difficulty in passing the 5 regions' regional walls, and had to pay a huge price. Without concealing such a scene, Southern Border's Goo Immortal world would definitely be stirred up. Countless immortals would come forward to fight for it. If Heavenly Court wants to traverse regions and compete, we have to choose appropriate people and the number has to be precise. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought more deeply and soon shook his head, placing these troublesome thoughts aside. He continued to go up. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he got to the 83rd step, the image changed again. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes were shut as the Heavenly Court Goo Immortal Bai Tsong Shui led the Immortals and controlled the situation single-handedly. In the image, Bai Tsong Shui smiled and spoke to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied to her, Bai Tsong Shui's expression became one of deep disappointment. Soon, she concealed her expression and became calm again. She moved her fingers, setting up a Goo formation, planning to seal this place. But at this moment, starlight shot over, it penetrated the incomplete Goo formation and shot towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. As starlight shined brightly, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing opened his eyes. In an instant, countless flashes of sword light burst out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shut his eyes in response. At the next moment he opened his eyes. What he saw was a bloody scene. There were bits and pieces of Gu Immortal corpses everywhere. The head of the heavenly court Gu Immortal, by Tsang Shui, was rolling away with streams of blood. Her eyes were opened wide. She had died. How can this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, who saw this, was anguished. 3 figures landed immediately. 7-Star Child was in front, followed by Song Zixing and Yu Muchun. Azure, you are finally awake. 7-Star Child laughed loudly. His body was emitting a powerful rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal zombie Bochin. Bochin's eyes shined with ruthlessness, sword light shot out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He did not expect Bochin to attack him. The sword light was peerlessly sharp. He was sliced in half. Even his immortal zombie body was useless against it. 7-Star Child's pitiful death stunned Song Zixing and Yu Muchun. What's going on? Envoy Azure killed Vice Envoy Blue. No, he is not Envoy Azure. His mind is filled with heaven's will, and there is another person's remnant soul living inside his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Muchun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bochin was expressionless. He turned around to look at them. Song Zixing and Yu Muchun felt a strong chill. They sank into despair. They did not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bochin's eyes. They only saw the unfeeling and impartial nature of the way of heaven. They were people who escaped from fate. They were targets of elimination of the way of heaven. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Against the famous pseudo-immortal venerable, Song Zixing and Yu Muchun could not escape or dodge. They could only await their deaths.